Let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question this morning, which is 1923, Garrett Morgan invented something that is now on 330,000 street corners throughout the U.S. What did he invent? 215-263 WMMR. I'll go to Ken, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Ken, how you doing?
Hey, what's happening?
Yo, but all right, so he invented something that's now on 330,000 street corners in the U.S. What is it?
Obviously, it's a hooker.
A hooker.
Hey!
No.
Not right.
No.
Oh.
That's
think he's
incorrect,
right, though.
But it's a delightful answer, Ken. Thank you. We appreciate your call this morning.
It's a hooker.
We'll go to Alvin next. Hey, Alvin.
Hey, how are you?
Awesome. Alvin, what did Garrett Morgan invent?
The traffic light.
Traffic light. Yep. Hang on. Not a hooker, but a traffic light. Alvin, we are going to give you a pair of tickets for the Philly Pops Presents Pops Rocks Let It Be, March 11th at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. And the Fab Four's greatest hits will be performed live with a full orchestra. More info and tickets for the March 11th through 13th shows at phillypops.org/letitbe. All right, we're going to start with this. After guest hosting the Wendy Williams show in lieu of Wendy Williams due to her ongoing health issues, Sherry Shepherd has landed her own talk show. Sherry is the name of it, and it will be debuting in the fall, filling the time slot for the Wendy Williams show, which is officially ending after 13 seasons.
Yeah, so it sounds kind of weird, like they're sort of quasi leaving the door open for Wendy, but not really.
Yeah, Wendy's rep, Howard Bragman, commented on the news and said it's been a challenging time for Wendy as she deals with her health issues. She is incredibly grateful to Debmar Mercury, to Sherry, and everybody else who has supported the show throughout this time. He continued saying she more than anyone understands the reality of syndicated television. You can't go to the marketplace and sell a show that's the maybe Wendy Williams show. She understands why this decision was made from a business point of view, and she has been assured by Debmar Mercury that should her health get to a point where she can host again, and should her desire be that she hosts again, that she would be back on TV at that time.
And then they fired her.
Sherry celebrated the news in Instagram saying, OMG, I'm so excited to have my dream come true and debut my very own talk show, Sherry, in the fall. I can't wait until I return to New York to host the show and merge everything I love, pop culture, talk, entertainment, and comedy. I'm thankful to Debmar Mercury and Fox for partnering with me on this show and look forward to this new journey.
Everybody's working with Debmar Mercury. How come us?
Now, following Bragman's comments, the newly launched Wendy Williams official Instagram account posted a story that read, Mr. Bragman, although I appreciate your concerns and respect you immensely, I have not authorized you to make any statements on my behalf regarding my current status with Debmar Mercury. Again, thanks for your continuing concern and support. Now, in response to this, he said, I'm not honestly convinced of the source of that social media post. When my old friend Wendy FaceTimes me personally and we alone have a chance to discuss recent events together, we can figure out the best path forward. So he's thinking maybe somebody's pulling the reins.
It's possible. I don't know.
Side,
it could be her manager X, who apparently she's gotten back together with. It's a big mess, but Sherry Shepherd she's on Dish Nation.
Okay.
Which is just a fantastic show. Yeah. And this new talk show. So she'll be working. I think she does radio as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm curious about this whole thing as to whether that is her behind this Instagram account or not.
Don't know.
And we'll look into that a little bit further.
I've seen Kathy making posts on the Wendy Williams
You always see her up on my computer. Yeah.
That seems kind of weird.
Scarlett Johansson's new skincare line, The Outset, is going to launch on March 1st.
I'll be first in line.
The Black Widow actress announced in July 2021 that she would be stepping away from beauty deals to focus on her own line of products. And according to a release, she said, actually, this was in March of last year it's the upcoming issue of Vogue. She said, I've been the face of several luxury brands throughout my career, and all of those experiences were really wonderful. But how do I put this? I guess I always felt like I was sort of playing a character in those campaigns. And as I evolved, I wanted to create and represent a brand that was true to me.
I tell you what, if you can have a beauty line or some sort of cosmetic or something that clicks, you can. I mean, look at all the careers that have been made, like the Kylie lip kit and all that stuff.
Yeah, you're punching your own ticket at that point.
Would you ever? What would you do? What would be your cosmetic? Because I was thinking of Bald Buff. I would sell
Bald Buff. That's not a bad
right. It has
idea.
a catchy name.
It is.
Bald Buff. Have someone else make it up. QVC.
So what's the idea? Is you kind of
like the same way you'd shine a shoe?
So you want to make it
so you want
shiny?
shiny?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if shiny heads were desirable
I don't
or
know.
not.
I'll make them. You got to set the trend.
Hey, you know what? You can. For some, it might be, and then other people might want more of a matted look.
You can have both.
Bald Buff does not just have to be shiny.
I can create my own competition with Deadhead that doesn't reflect any light.
Right.
Bald Buff and Deadhead.
Right? The two successful lines.
That's not a bad idea.
Okay. Yeah.
Let somebody else do all the work.
Yes,
Steve
I
will put
step
his
right
name
in.
on it. Yeah,
Exactly. I won't even know what's in it. It could literally be powdered asbestos.
I don't know what I could do. Casey could do a line of nail polishes.
I could.
Yep.
And I probably.
You
Who
should,
does that?
dude.
Machine Gun Kelly does it, right?
Well, no, it doesn't matter. You would have a unique thing. Preston, grooming.
Beard oil?
A beard
Yeah.
thing, beard shellac,
Beard
we call
butter?
it. Change it something.
beard butter.
Weird beard.
Yeah.
There's already a beard butter.
Well, they have beard grooming kits. You could do like a whole kit.
Yeah.
I have a beard grooming kit.
Yeah, but you have a better one in your mind.
What is it?
Yeah.
The Devereaux beard grooming kit, or is it?
I don't know what I would call it.
What would you
Press
call it?
tone.
Yeah.
Wait, no,
Absolutely.
that's used.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, that's an antifreeze.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
But that doesn't.
That's right.
Look at they repurposed Viagra, right? What? And they can show the video. You're pouring antifreeze into your car. You get a little. Oh my God! Oh my God! My beard looks great.
Yeah.
Antifreeze. And the great part is, my beard never freezes
Never.
in the winter.
In the winter
I
time.
can always start
Sometimes
my
you'll see,
beard.
like, those cross-country skiers with bicycles
Oh,
and
it's
stuff hanging over there.
disgusting.
Facial hair, mine would not do that.
Here's Preston after just finishing the Iditarod. No icicles.
I get a little bit bummed that I don't have a good beard like you because the beard butter smells so good always.
You ever have it on
Do you
toast?
want to eat it? Or
No,
what? I mean,
well, I just want to smell it.
We have
all
a
day.
patient in here who's OT'd on beard butter.
Have you ever
He
smelled
just
it?
saw the word butter.
It just smells good. Yeah, no, not like an eating good, but like a just. I
Let
want
me
this
ask
to be
you,
on me all the time.
Do you think beard butter would melt evenly into each square of a waffle?
Probably.
I mean, you can still wear it, right? Like, you don't have to have a great beard in order to wear it.
And
it tastes great, too.
And my beard never freezes.
I mean, like,
because
Steve
it's
could
made
put-
with Prestone.
Steve could put hairspray in, but
Absolutely.
it just
Oh, yeah.
makes no sense.
Yeah.
Right, all right.
All right, well, anyhow, back to Scarlett Johansson. After she and her business partner, Kate Foster, created the brand's Instagram, Johansson's husband, Colin Jost, trolled the page on a side profile photo of Johansson captioned, "The start of you." The SNL comedian wrote, "Is this the best way to contact you? I'm starting a similar brand called Part of a Face and would love to use this photo. Thanks." Fans laughed at his joke. But many also expressed excitement for the upcoming line, which boasts a return to the essential and fostering new beginnings for people and planet.
That's my beauty care regimen. I go with the essentials. I go with the foundational stuff. Kathy, I think you agree with that, right? You can't have too many. You don't have too many things in your cosmetics kit, right? Just a couple of things.
I do, and I clear
have
it
my-
out every once in a while.
My ball butter, my Prestone, and my Sacreed.
All right, Idris Elba has music on his mind. The Vanity Fair, in a Vanity Fair, he recently said that he is planning to lean away from the acting work to put an effort into making music. He said, "Some may think, well, it'll be the death of your acting career if your music is crap. I've dealt with the internal struggle of that over the years. So now I'm at peace and I've chosen this is what I'm doing and I'm going to do it. So some will love it and some will hate it," he said.
He's a DJ, right?
Correct.
Okay, so.
He didn't just play a DJ on Netflix's Turn Up Charlie series. He actually performed as one at Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's royal wedding reception in 2018 and at Coachella in 2019. He had said at the time, "I've worked my whole life to play at Coachella. I made it at 46. I nearly passed out when I found out." He previously told people that he's loved music since he was just 4 years old, saying that he was mesmerized by the turntable going around and around.
It's getting hypnotized.
Commenting on the decision to take a break from acting in order to achieve his music-making goals, Elba said, "The thing about making music is it's a very consuming process. It's very difficult to shoot a movie and then go off into the studio or make a song It's like trying to build a souffle while making a brick wall.
I did that once.
Okay.
Very problematic. I'll tell you what he also is very good at and had some success, kickboxing.
Oh, yeah?
no
He had a
kidding.
couple bouts. He did very well.
Okay. I'm curious. It doesn't mention him being a quote-unquote musician in here, which
Right.
I'm kind of glad for because I don't really see DJs as musicians. I see them as performers.
Yes.
Well, but not necessarily as musicians. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, he might. I don't know what sort of music capabilities he has,
Right.
other than just putting samples together and but
Yeah, you
like,
can you can meld sounds and mix
Yeah.
things and so on and forth, but it's not quite what I consider to be a musician.
So you
know
had
what I mean?
somebody like a Puff Daddy or like Kanye or even like Dr. Dre. Like I didn't know he had any musical. I didn't know he could play the piano until he played the piano at the Super Bowl.
Right,
show.
yeah.
I was like, oh, he actually
Yeah, so
Maybe he just can.
maybe there's some of that. Let's see. Entertainment Tonight reports that Zoe Sozo Bethel, who was crowned Miss Alabama for America Strong in 2021, has died at the age of 27.
This is horrible.
Bethel's family posted a statement to her Instagram account on Monday that read, at approximately 5:30 a.m., our beloved Zoe Sozo Bethel passed from this life into the next as a result of succumbing to her injuries. She touched the hearts of many people and was actively affiliated with several organizers and groups. Namely, she was the current Miss Alabama for America Strong. I don't know what America Strong is. Do you guys?
I do not.
Okay. So it's not the Miss
I
America
don't think so.
Right.
thing. So, but anyhow, she was a political commentator for RSBN, a brand ambassador for Turning Point USA and Liberty University's Falkirk Center. And according to a preliminary investigation, she fell out of a third-floor window.
Yeah.
And the medical examiner said the cause of death was blunt force trauma. Police say no foul play is expected, or suspected. That's messed up. People reports that Insecure actress Jada Benjamin was found unharmed in Los Angeles on Tuesday. This news comes days after she was reported missing. The Family Reunion actress's aunt, Jihan Johnson, had posted the update to her Instagram story and said, Jada has been found unharmed and reunited with the family. Thank you all for sharing, reporting, and prayers. Benjamin's mother, Jocinda, said in a statement that she was located at 2:30 a.m. We are overjoyed and relieved. The stress has been out of this world. I wouldn't wish this amount of anguish on any parent or loved one. The country needs to do its due diligence to take better care of those battling mental illness. There's too much red tape to go through just to get immediate assistance and support. So,
I wonder if you have someone who is battling mental. So they always say there's a period of time where you wait before you call the police and put a missing persons report in. But to me, I think if you have anybody in your family's missing, I think you'd go right to that.
You know what? I read something, Steve, not that long ago that said that the whole somebody has to be missing for 24 hours in order for a missing person. That's kind of like the standard movie thing.
Nonsense?
Not necessarily true.
Okay.
If you are concerned about somebody, call the police.
Yeah.
And they may not have to go, well, we got to wait this amount of time before we can start looking for them. They might be able to help out right away. So I think that's an old, wives' tale of sort.
Yeah, because that runs contrary to they say the first 48 hours are the most important in a missing persons case.
Right. According to Page 6, Aaron Rodgers' recent comments are leading fans to believe that he and Shailene Woodley are still together. Despite the news about their engagement ending. On the Pat McAfee show on Tuesday, Rodgers said, when your home life is stable and you have an amazing partner to do life with, it just makes the work life a bonus, and it changes your perspective because you've been able to not look at work as like a refuge.
I'll tell you what, if this is the case, we're going to send them a case of Preston beard treatment.
All right, please do. He relayed
Because he does have a beard.
that he told Woodley recently, I've been with you for 2 years, won 2 MVPs. That's not a coincidence either. Rodgers followed this with, I know for me, it's been great the last 2 seasons to have that stability at home.
He should say, I've been with you for 2 years.
Yes.
I have Devontae Adams, and he's the best wide receiver in the league.
Right.
And so I won 2 MVPs, and that also Aaron Jones is a really good running back as well as A.J. Dillon.
To contextualize
Yes.
his ability.
My offensive line is keeping me protected.
Yeah.
And you're a great lay.
And I can get these passes up.
Yeah.
We don't know that. She could be adequate.
This all comes after Rodgers shared a photo of the pair cuddling to Instagram, writing to Woodley, thanks for always having my back. for the incredible kindness you show me and everyone you meet, and for showing me what unconditional love looks like.
That looks very romantic.
I love you and am grateful for you.
Look at his beard.
It's photos from the last year, so like he's included this one before they broke up, or whether or not they broke up. I read an interview. I read a little bit more about this interview, this Pat McAfee show, and apparently he went on this retreat for like the last 8 or 9 days.
12 days.
Oh, 12 days?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
Was it like a Jared Leto?
Kind of, yeah, like disconnecting and a lot of meditation and
Peyote.
recentering and a lot of hard drugs.
Maybe.
No, I mean, I'm kidding about that.
Yeah. But so like a vision, well, not a vision quest,
No,
but like
just-
a retreat. Yeah, real. Yeah,
Getting off
a
the grid.
purge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how I would do it, something like that.
Amazing, probably.
I wonder if after a day or two I would go, I'm bored with this.
If I could have a
You think it'd be
TV.
amazing?
I think you would.
Really?
Yeah.
I think as the time goes on, you'd get used to it and you'd probably start to enjoy it more.
Yeah.
You did it. You did a variation of it. And how old were you when you
But
did
that was pre-cell phones
Right.
and things like that, so
Well-
it was easy. I was 24 or something like that. Maybe
Okay.
20, or maybe I was 25, 26, something like that. But
How old were you with Kenny Knight?
I was Kenny Knight then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So were you in the studio? You just put war paint on your face, stripped naked, and ran into the woods?
Pretty much it.
I've got to leave.
I got to go now.
Gotta go now. I can't play this next Cisco song. I've got to find myself. The thongs will still be here when I get back.
And they were. Yep. I was out in the woods.
It's one of those cheesy backgrounds, Preston, that are rotating with you running in.
Yep.
I'm free.
So anyhow, we will see if this is indeed true or not, if there's still a couple or not. All right, so according to Page 6, Euphoria star Zendaya posted to her Instagram story on Monday sharing a screenshot of her tripping over some stairs in Rome with her hair falling in front of her face, and she wrote, "I can't stop laughing. Did they really have to take a video of me tripping?" She said, "I was trying to be cute today." So
He is cute.
She added also that she shared a meme that was made from the still, in which it looks like she's flying in the air toward Benedict Cumberbatch's Doctor Strange.
I need to see this. I love watching people. As long as they don't get hurt, that's one of my favorite things.
Well, I forget who we were talking to. Maybe it was Tom Bergeron, but, it's getting less and less likely that the videos you see on AFV these days involve no one getting hurt.
Right. One of the hardest.
Because it's clearly a case where people are getting hurt. But
Dude,
it's funny.
so I used to do voiceovers for a few different TV shows, and some of them were like, sports accidents and weddings and things that would happen.
like disasters.
And so, while I would be reading the narration, usually a line would end. Fortunately, the bull rider was okay after this, so that it was normally like a little thing. And the guy who wrote it would go, "I don't really know if he was okay or
Oh,
not."
my God, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
I don't really know. We just put that in there because it makes people feel better.
People on the scene were able to put his head in an ice bucket, and we hear he's doing okay.
Legs amputated for all I know. So you never know.
It's sort of the caveat you put on to make the viewer feel okay. Well, it looks like his rib cage was ripped out, but they say he's okay.
He's okay.
Yeah.
The first official photo of Daniel Radcliffe as Weird Al Yankovic in the Weird Al Yankovic story was released on Tuesday. It began production in Los Angeles earlier this month. The Roku original film is set to dive into all aspect of Al's life and career, from his rise to fame with his early hits like Eat It and Like a Surgeon, to celebrate love affairs and his lifestyle off the stage. In the photo of Radcliffe as the legendary comedic recording artist, the biopic's Weird Al is seen playing an accordion, wearing his signature large retro glasses and Hawaiian shirt. You can't really, it's kind of an obscured shot. Oh, we're looking at an offset picture or when he's on a break. But Radcliffe had said, "Wearing the Hawaiian shirt is a huge responsibility that I don't take lightly. I am honored to finally share with the world the absolute 100% unassailably true story of Weird Al's depraved and scandalous life." Yankovic had said in a statement when it was previously released, "I am absolutely thrilled that Daniel Radcliffe will be portraying me in the film. I have no doubt whatsoever that this is the role future generations will remember him for." Alongside Yankovic, the Weird Al Yankovic story is written by Eric Apple, who also directs and executive produces. And he said in a statement, when Weird Al first sat me down against my will and told me his life story, I didn't believe any of it, but I knew that we had to make a movie about it. In response to paparazzi photos of Radcliffe as Weird Al that leaked over the weekend, Apple tweeted, so happy that people are first seeing Daniel Radcliffe as Weird Al the way I intended them to, in the base camp parking lot, partially costumed and shot with a telephoto lens from across the street. So, Steve, that's the picture we were looking at. But, yeah, we'll see. We shall see.
Over the break, I finally watched the Harry Potter reunion on HBO Max. Unbelievable.
Right?
I mean, you guys have been raving about it for 2 months or so, and I'm mad at myself for not watching it until now, but it's just so great. And the three of them, including Radcliffe, are just so likable, and watching them grow up as kids and into what they become as adults is really, it's a cool montage of like their entire lives.
Did you get a little choked up?
Oh my God, yeah,
Yes.
more than once, and you know, especially at the end, with the way that they wrapped it up. But yeah, it's really, really well done.
That's how I feel right now, looking at Daniel Radcliffe as Weird Al.
Yeah.
Same sort of emotion.
Touching you.
HBO released a trailer for the two-part documentary Phoenix Rising on Tuesday, which features Evan Rachel Wood's journey as an abuse survivor and activist. Deadline reports that nearly a decade after Woods' relationship with Marilyn Manson, which was allegedly harrowingly abusive, she co-authored and successfully lobbied the passage of the Phoenix Act legislation that extends to the statute of limitations for domestic violence cases in California. Part 1 is set to premiere on HBO on March 15th, and Part 2 will follow on March 16th as well. And then finally, according to Deadline, 8 of the 23 categories of this year's Oscars will not be presented live on March 27th. Instead, they will be taped beforehand in the audience and will later run at different points during the show. So it's things for like hair and makeup and so on.
Right, which actually, you know, used to be a mainstay of the broadcast, but now they're going to do the Greatest American Ninja competition. Right?
Is that what it's Listen, those are they're talented people that do hair and makeup and sound engineering and stuff like that. Incredibly talented, but from a viewer standpoint,
right?
So it's more of an industry thing than it is for us, the consumers of the movie.
It's true, and they put them off to the more technical aspect of the awards that occur the day before, 2 days before. The one thing I think you need to leave in that main broadcast, though, is the special effects. People, you know, we're very special effects savvy. And I think the general audience likes to see those clips from the movies. It's pretty cool.
Well, there's definitely almost no movie exists without some type of special
massive
effects
special
in
effects.
it.
Yeah.
All right, so we are now ready for clips. Set 100 years after the original series, Vikings Valhalla shows the warriors embarking on a new journey and encountering harsh conditions along the way. In this clip, Bradley Freegard talks about putting himself in the mindset of the period while filming. And here is the clip.
It makes you appreciate everything you got. It really does. Because you do have to, you know, put yourself into that situation for a limited time with your trailer in sight, with your parfait latte coming. So, but you get a sniff of it and makes you appreciate what you got.
Shut the f*** up!
Parfait latte.
Yeah.
Vikings Valhalla premieres this Friday, and that is on Netflix. Here is our
Viking series, Preston, is huge. For
Yeah,
them.
it is. It is. Here's the next clip for you. Leatherface returns to the silver screen with the 9th installment of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. Here, director David Blue Garcia discusses how the killer has aged throughout the years.
In 50 years, the world has changed a lot, but Leatherface hasn't. He's kind of just been, you know, cooped up. He's not been surfing the internet. He doesn't know what's going on. And then one of the first times in our film that he even sees what's going on in the world is when he walks onto that bus. You know what I mean? And he sees all these hipsters with their cell phones, and he has no idea what's going on.
Thing sucks!
Texas Chainsaw Massacre is on Netflix now.
I saw it. It was all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like Burlesque, the movie with Cher. It was very similar.
Okay.
A lot like that.
Not like that. No, it was just
no idea.
They were trying and it just wasn't working.
Yeah. Listen, it's been beaten to death.
Yeah.
It has been beaten to death. All right, and there you go. That is the entertainment report for you this morning. We have a secret text word today, being a Wednesday, a chance for you to win a pair of Mountain Fest lift tickets Saturday, March 5th at Montage Mountain. You can ski, snowboard, or tube for the day and enjoy general admission to the concert, which will feature Spin Doctors and Verve Pipe and fireworks display following the show. So, text the word secret to 39333. If you want to buy those tickets, you can get VIP packages at montagemountainresorts.com. Get all the details there. We're also going to go live on Fox Good Day. A couple of guests. Our buddy Richard Curtis, the Classroom, returns on Fox 29. And our friend Jeff Devlin is stopping in. We're going to be talking about the Philly Home and Garden Show, which is coming up this weekend. We'll be back in a moment. Hang in there. Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent.
I object!
There's no way that's legal.
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
I would watch it.
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri.
He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear a Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
with his law career.
Law school.
With this, yeah.
Passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV.
Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get
I
out
knew
of there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line?
like,
Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body
Is that
gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
one
it's the one way out where
I know
we
what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're
but
talking
the
about.
girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't
Aha!
it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
She didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know it's not
Yeah.
scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kinda hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kinda hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. the Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What just
second.
happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, it's a cup of good roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
This is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators. Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman, Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Thanks. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy...
Indiana!
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand? Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl. And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so
WMMR.
I'll be making
Thanks, Kev.
memories
Monday was
with my
a
kids and
company
amazing-
holiday or union holiday. Well, anyway, we had Monday off. We took an extra day off yesterday. So some of us got around a little bit. I went to Florida to visit my mother and sister. Have to tell you, this Florida in the winter thing, there's something to it.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, my God.
Well, that's the time. Honestly,
that
that is the time to be in Florida.
So nice.
It's oppressive sometimes in the summer.
Oh, it's horrible in the summertime. It can be absolutely, the humidity levels and all that stuff. But when you're there and it's 75 degrees and it's February, there's something so invigorating about it. Oh, and a bonus, I didn't have to visit the hospital while I was there, which usually happens when I go visit my mom and sister. Something usually happens. And I made it out of there unscathed. Not me, I mean them.
Well, you're usually heading down there because someone's ended up in the hospital.
That happens too. I'm usually going there because somebody ended up in the hospital, or my sister will end up in the hospital. My sister is a world-class klutz. She falls over things, she drops things, things fall on her. I told you she fell into a dumpster and broke her rib not that long ago.
You also told us that you, your sister, and your mother like to do pretend bar fights.
Oh.
Yeah.
We've done
so
it
you
since we were
choreograph
kids.
that. It's just a thing you guys like to do.
And every now and then one of those connects and somebody will get hurt.
I mean, you even go
And
to
you
the
gotta
level
be
of
careful.
buying those breakaway bottles and everything. It's
Right.
just crazy. But, it brings you together.
But no, I was lucky that I didn't have to go to the hospital. I did see an alligator in the flesh, and I FaceTimed Casey because his dream has always been to see an alligator in person. And where my mom and sister live, it's adjacent to a golf course, and there's the holes that back up to their property. They live in a condo. They have water there, and so there had been rumors that an alligator lived there. And my mom and sister have lived there for 15 years or whatever. This is only the second time they've actually seen the gator, and I was there for it. It's a good 8-footer, man. He was big. He was really big.
How far away?
20 yards.
Okay.
Yeah, across the water.
Yeah.
I have pictures. I'll show them to you guys. But the golfers had no idea that right next to the green that they were putting on, there was an alligator sitting there. Like, they couldn't see it at all. I'm
It's
sitting
pretty
out there
common
taking
down there,
pictures,
right?
and they didn't even flinch at all.
I guess so, but there could have been a hospital visit in that with an alligator attack.
He came back
for all I
intact.
know.
That's cool.
I appreciate you FaceTiming me. I was in the middle of Lowe's as my wife was like pricing out like doors and windows and stuff, and I was like, not having it. So when I saw the call, I was like, I have to take this.
I have to go to Florida.
This is important.
I have to go to Florida right now.
My boss is FaceTiming me.
Preston,
I gotta go.
Make sure the alligator stays there.
Oh, and by the way, here's a text that says, I was on Preston's flight south to South Florida. Great to meet you and talk to you, Presbo. That was a guy, I believe his name was Jack, and he was wearing a Preston and Steve face mask as we got on the plane. Wild. It was pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, so we had he was headed down for a bachelor party. His soon-to-be brother-in-law's, I believe, bachelor party was happening. So it was pretty cool. But all of this, thinking about the hospital and so on, not having to go there was a nice little bonus.
What a victory.
I didn't have to spend time in the emergency room. But I did see a list that I found on, I believe it was on BuzzFeed, and it was people sharing stories of surprisingly waking up admitted into the hospital.
Could you imagine?
Wow.
I know people who have.
Yeah, I've never woken up in the hospital, but that would be, man, would that be confusing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This actually goes back to the story of the friend that I had who jumped on the hood of a car as a joke because he was pulling away when we were teenagers, hit his head, and he became a different person after that. But he woke up in the hospital. He had no idea, what am I doing here? It just totally lost that whole chunk of time.
So there's some interesting ones here, and I thought these would be kind of cool to go through and maybe take some calls of people who have woken up in the hospital and didn't realize it. Like, it took you a moment to find out what was going on.
And how many of those were preceded by the phrase, I can do this?
Oh, yeah, totally. Hold my beer. Watch this. Yeah. Here's an example. It says, I was hit by a truck while walking home from work and was airlifted to the hospital. I woke up a day later. A month later, found out that it was my best friend's older brother who hit me. Oh, all right.
Wow, that's not a good friend.
No, I guess not. Another one says, I was 18 years old, got super wasted on Smirnoff watermelon vodka at some club in Clearwater, Florida. And apparently I fell off of a tall bar stool, busted my head. When I woke up, I wasn't even sure what state I was in.
Jeez.
Wow.
He said, and they go on to say, I accidentally called my friend's mom in North Dakota trying to get a ride to somewhere other than the hospital a decade later, and I still can't drink anything with that watermelon flavor in it.
Imagine how disorienting that is. I mean, you wake up, sometimes there's machines running, you're in a room, or maybe you're in the emergency room.
Yeah.
So I never woke up in a hospital, but in college, we did this thing called stacking. So if you ended up passing out in front of in front of a whole bunch of people, they would stack you, and they would throw so much stuff on you, as much as they possibly could without waking you up. I got stacked with what seemed like the entire room. And so when I woke up, I thought I was dead for a second, because I woke up and it was complete black.
Yeah.
And I
You think you're buried?
I had no clue I was like, okay, what is going, and it took me a little while to get out from underneath everything, but thankfully
You were not dead.
Thankfully, Casey wasn't dead. So here's another one that says, it happened when I was in kindergarten. Apparently, I fell down the stairs after I stepped on my own trousers. So I guess they must have hit their head or something like that. Another one, speaking of hitting your head, this one says, I was watching Voyager on television. Next thing I knew, I was in a hospital bed. Turns out I had gotten up too fast, had a lack of blood flow to the head, this is like Houston.
Yes,
and
yeah.
passed out. Hit my head on the floor hard and fractured my skull.
Wow.
And then they woke up in the hospital.
So that from point of injury or F up to waking up, you lose that whole thing. I can't think of anything more disorienting.
Here's one text that came in. It says, I woke up naked in a hospital bed. They didn't know what was wrong with me, so they cut my clothes off.
Oh, yeah.
I went into a diabetic coma while driving.
Oh, man.
Apparently, I was in a helicopter ride to the hospital, and I wish I would have seen that.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, that's what they wrote. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and I would imagine it depends on what kind of condition you're in. If you wake up
in the hospital, chances are you might wake up and like nobody's in the room with you. And what do you do at that point? Just
scream.
Just sit there, totally disoriented.
Yeah, I mean, what if you've got maybe like you might even have an IV in you or something? You're like, what?
Yeah.
I knew someone who was in an accident. They were helicoptered from the accident. He cut out of the car, helicoptered from the accident scene to the hospital, and doesn't remember any of it. So like it's complete blank to them.
Not the accident, nothing.
Nothing. Doesn't remember anything. Like I think it was like he thought about it and he said maybe like 2 days prior was what he last remembered.
Do you think that's a defensive mechanism of the brain to just shut off that stuff?
Probably. He was in shock, but like so when he woke up at the hospital, it wasn't like a waking and like screaming, "Oh my God, where am I?" Like when he finally came to, because he was conscious when they were cutting him out of the car. He said it was just sort of like slowly. He was like, "What am I doing here?" You know, there was
how did Lost end?
Yeah, but you know, like it just was. He didn't understand it, and it was very confusing.
Wow.
I'm going to go to Duncan. Hey, Duncan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, so I had a friend, I'm going to leave his name out of it, but he was at a festival up in the Poconos, and like a music festival, and he took some hallucinogenic or whatever and completely blacked out, and he woke up chained to a hospital bed in scrubs.
Chained to a hospital bed in scrubs?
Like straight up handcuffed. You know, like he couldn't move his legs. His legs and arms were handcuffed.
Oh my God!
So he's at this festival. He takes a hallucinogenic of some sort, goes to the seahorse party.
Yeah.
And then when he wakes up,
Seahorses.
no recollection, or could he remember the beginnings of why he ended up there?
Well, he told me nothing bad happened. It's just that he was in a crazy experience. No, you know, anger, fighting, or anything. But anyways, he had to go back to the show, and they got rid of all of his clothes, so he had to wear the scrubs with his blood out.
So went back to the show?
Yeah, he went back to the show.
After being handcuffed, I saw somebody in an emergency room, and they don't handcuff you to the bed if you're a delightful conversationalist. Yeah. You know, something's going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go here. This sounds very interesting. It's Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hey, you guys are awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was going home from work and saw the top of the ambulance, top of the helicopter, woke up next to my wife 2 hours later, saying, "That's a lot of blood coming out of his head." I'd actually been run over by a septic train.
What? Oh my God!
All right,
Okay.
take this from the beginning. What was the last thing you remember prior to being run over by a septic train?
Oh, I was getting off the train. I'm like, all right, got to go home, got to pick up my son, make him dinner, and get pricing on the dishwasher at Lowe's.
Okay.
Those are the things that were going through my head before a train ran me over.
But nowhere on your list did it say get run over by train.
Nope, not quite. That was not on my list.
How did you get run over by a train?
Right. Yeah. I assume it cleared you, right?
I walked behind my train, and the one going back into the city ran me over.
Oh.
Okay,
I never saw it. If I'd heard anything, if I'd seen anything, I would have thought it was my train going away.
Wow.
Did anybody see it and tell you exactly like where you were hit, how it happened, where your body was thrown, stuff like that?
6 months later or so, I went back to the train station because I was out of quarters and it was the only place that takes dollars. And I'm sitting there watching the train go by, and I turn to this woman and say, "Man, that thing goes really fast." She's like, "Yeah, I watched somebody get hit by one of those." I'm like, "Oh, really? Was it on June 23rd? Yeah, were you there?" "No, well, kind of."
You should have married that woman. It was meant to be. It just amazes me.
I was under the train, Wicked the Witch of the West style. My legs were sticking out.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
All right. Suffice.
How are we talking right now?
And they couldn't even see my head. It was my legs. I was unresponsive for a minute or so. Then I wouldn't stop talking. I broke 8 ribs, multiple cracks in my face area, but I was back to work about a month and a half later.
Jeez.
I was in the hospital for a week.
Do you feel like you're the same person now that you were before the accident?
I think so. My wife and my friends will say very differently.
Okay.
But it was wild.
Chris, where do you stand on mass transit these days?
I don't mind it in the slightest. My wife, however, is extremely freaked out.
All right.
Dude, honestly, I think everyone in this, everyone listening wonders how you're alive, but I'm glad you are.
Chris, what about walking across train tracks, though? That's got to be a little post-traumatic.
Try to avoid that as best as possible. I also got little angry when I was going on the riding SEPTA, going by the different train stations that have blockers out and warning that says, "Hey, there's a second train."
Wow.
Things that would have been nice at my train station.
That blows my mind.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Glad you're doing better, man.
Thank you.
All right, see you.
I mean, it's crazy to think how quickly it can just go south.
Oh, yeah.
And it really doesn't even take much. I was walking out of Chuck and I had lunch a few weeks ago, and the place was right on Montgomery. And, Montgomery is pretty narrow, 4-lane road. And I just so happened to kind of like step on something a little bit wonky, and I tripped. And luckily, I caught myself before I ended up falling right into oncoming traffic. And I caught myself, I stood up, and then I looked at him. He goes, "Man, that could have been really bad really quick." And it was just out of nowhere.
And then he pushed you again.
And then he pushed me again.
But just
in a second.
Just doing something seemingly routine
I was
and
walking.
innocent, and it could have gotten really, really bad. So we're taking calls on people who have woken up in the hospital. You don't know what happened. All of a sudden, you open your eyes and you're like, where am I and what am I doing here? 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, buddy. What's up, man?
So about, I'd say 14 years, around 22, 23. I ran with the fire department, and I was sick. I didn't know what I had, but doctor prescribed me antibiotics. I had taken the antibiotic, and I got a fire call. So ran out the door, world's on fire. I'm running like crazy. All I can remember is the drive to the firehouse and putting my bunker gear on, and the next thing I know, I wake up, and my grandmother, my aunt, my dad, everybody's next to the bed, and they're in the middle of doing a spinal tap.
Oh. What?
And I have all these wires from my head. The priest is there, like, reading a prayer, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And come to find out, I was allergic to the antibiotics that the doctor gave me.
Okay.
But they had no clue what happened. When I started getting dressed, my throat started closing up, and I hit the floor.
So they had I assume the priest was just an encouraging prayer, or was he in fact delivering last rites?
That's what scares me. I don't know if he was delivering last rites.
Jesus, that ratchet it's up to another full level. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, I was scared out of my wits, and they actually had me already restrained to the bed, my hands and feet, because when they brought me in, they said I was fighting them so bad. They had me. They were shooting me with Haldol and all sorts of stuff because I was fighting security and nurses.
Wow,
dude, that's so tough.
And you don't remember any of that, Brian, right?
I don't remember a single thing.
Wow, what was the reaction? Could you see a physical reaction on people's faces when you woke up?
When I woke up, they were all like, "Whoa, what's he doing?" He's.
I thought he was.
It was kind of like a shocker for everybody.
Dude, that's
everybody already started dipping up your all your possessions.
All right, give it back, everyone. Come on, put it in the basket. He's alive.
Wow.
And you missed hobo stew night at the firehouse too.
Wow.
So
all right, well, that's pretty wild, Brian.
God.
Thanks for the call, man. That'd be.
No problem. Thank you.
I mean, wow. Just having no idea, and all of a sudden you wake up, and then people have to tell you what happened.
Well, and then a priest is standing there reading a prayer while you're in a bed. It's like, I've seen this before. This isn't good.
Yeah. Let me go to next Thomas. Hey, Thomas, good morning.
Yoo-hoo!
There you go. What's up, Thomas?
Thank you for that.
Oh, anytime.
I was on vacation in Mexico, and I made the really smart decision to go out on my own.
Ah.
So
what could go wrong?
Kind of, yeah. And I don't really remember anything. I just remember walking down the street, and the next thing I know, I'm in a dimly lit room, and I'm confined on a bed. I'm laying on my back, and I can't really move side to side. So I start to get up, and a Mexican doctor comes in. They're dressed like a doctor. They don't really speak English. The lights come on. I don't know why the lights were out, and I have, like, guards on the bed. So I'm, like, squeezed into the bed, and where am I? What's happening? And he's saying seizure. That's like the only English word he's saying.
What was he saying to you, Thomas?
Seizure, like
seizure.
Okay.
Yeah, a seizure. Now I have no history of having seizures. I've never had a seizure, so they're saying like seizure and all this, and then they start like, I guess kind of asking like for pay. And I'm very confused.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
They're asking you for payment. They're telling you suffered a seizure.
Right.
Yeah, you know that's all wrong. So how did the story progress?
So I got out of the bed, and another doctor, a very large one, came in. He's going, no, you have to lay down. You have to lay down. I get my stuff. I run out. And I realize I'm miles away. Like, I see the resort. I'm up on a hill. I see the resort like miles down the hill, and I just took off towards that resort. And to this day, I'm not really sure what the hell happened.
All right, let me back up a second. So so they're telling you seizure. You run out of there. By the way, they took the restraints off you, I assume, right?
There wasn't actually restraints on me. They were underneath me on the back. So I don't know why I wasn't tied down, but I was like very squeezed in this bed.
Were you still wearing your clothes?
No.
What were you wearing?
I had my jeans on, but everything was piled up on a chair and no shirt on.
All right. And so you head off and you head back towards the resort, and you're miles away.
Yeah.
But you knew which direction to go?
No. I just saw the resort and went, okay, resort north, and keep walking north. And yeah.
So
and they got my shirt. I don't even have my damn shirt. So.
All right. So you said you left the resort. You just go out for a walk. And any recollection of how far into the walk you were before you lost memory of what was going on?
I mean, I felt like I was still on resort grounds.
Yeah.
I wasn't that far off, but yeah.
All right. So I need to know more of this. So you get back to the resort, and then what do you do?
People have been looking for me. Oh, so I was gone for like 8 hours.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
So they had called the police.
Okay.
Whatever they're called down there.
Police.
I get to the hotel. The people that I was with are out there. This was also, this is a sad story. So I was with a girl, wasn't really dating yet. So trying to be cool with her parents. And a guy just disappeared for 8 hours. So,
jeez. So you're trying to impress a girl's parents. You figured this is going to be a home run when you come back shirtless. Wow.
All right, they call the police. You get back. Did you guys follow up on anything after that, or did you just chalk it up to I'm glad I'm alive and let's go home?
They wanted to know what hospital I was from, and my only excuse was I just looked back. So they were like, that might not have really been a hospital. And I don't know.
That's what it sounds like. That sounds kind of weird, especially since they're asking for payment while you've no explanation of what exactly you were treated for. They simply said the word seizure. That's insane.
I don't know if I got hit on the back of the head or
And you never found out.
I was drugged because I went to a restaurant, but I mean, who knows?
Dude, you might have been jumped. Jumped.
And you never found out, Thomas. You never found out.
Oh,
okay.
Hell no, I'm not going back to Mexico either.
And you didn't have a sore spot on your head or anything like that?
Nothing. I went to the doctor when I got back to the States. They were just like, I don't know. Don't go back to Mexico.
Dude. Could have been worse if you woke up in the bed and they said you're pregnant.
Thanks, Thomas. That's wild. So never found out what happened. That would mess with my head.
Always go walking with someone, I think, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't know where you are.
Sure. All right, a couple more calls in. Casey, when do we need to break by? Because we're going on Fox Good Day this morning. Last call.
Oh, man. Okay. Somebody who's been on hold for a while. All right, let's go to Matt. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Morning. Chicken pot, chicken pot, chicken pot.
Pie. Well done, Matt. What's up, dude?
How you doing?
Good.
So, back when I was 22, I was drinking in Folsom's Field, Delco.
Yeah, baby.
And next to know, I just passed out from the bleachers and woke up 19 hours later in the emergency room.
You woke up 19 hours later in an emergency room.
I think we need to expand a little bit here, Matt, because it says on my screen that you were drinking in a contest.
Yeah, well, not like a drinking contest, but like shot for shot, like with my buddies and all.
Yeah.
Or just, I drank a bottle of Jack Daniels and Jacqueline's vodka.
So you won the contest.
And this was informal. It was not nationally recognized.
Matt, how old were you at the time?
I was 22.
22 years old.
You're drinking at Folsom Field at 22 years old?
You go to a bar.
What, is that where underage people go to drink?
Okay. You're 22. You drink in your house.
We're young. The case isn't that where young professionals go to drink?
We always drank out, so it was,
All right.
it was fun
Yeah, I know
outside.
the Frontier Saloon was right around the corner, bro.
Listen, honey, you watch the kids for a while. I'm going to go drink up in the bleachers.
So, Matt, do you remember passing out?
No, I do not remember passing out at all.
And what's the first thing you recall when you woke up?
In the hospital, just looking at lights.
And nobody was around?
Doctors are around me, yeah.
Okay, all right. And then did they tell you how much alcohol you had in your system?
I should have been dead. I'll tell you that much. I was past that limit. I shouldn't be here today.
Wow.
Dude, that again, terrifying. At least they didn't say seizure.
Yeah.
There you go.
Matt, how old are you now?
37.
Did you drink this past weekend?
No, I did not.
All right, good man.
Did you give it up for good?
Oh, yeah, I gave up drinking.
All right, good.
Oh, man.
Nip that in the bud. All it took
was a near-death
19 hours of
Yeah,
sheer
that's
terror.
All it took was one scary call, and that was it.
That's
All
it,
right.
man. Well, you're good.
Thanks, Matt.
You made the right choice.
Appreciate it, buddy. There's a Delco story for you, gang, to wrap with. All right. Well, it can be a pretty freaky thing. I'm happy to say I've never woken up in the hospital and not known why I've been there, but it does happen quite a bit.
Yeah.
We do need to take a break, so thank you for your calls. We appreciate that. When we return, the Bizarre File, and yes, we're going live on Fox Good Day this morning, so hang in there. We will not be gone long.
Preston and Steve. 93.3
And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Courtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, a travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says at Poosh.
Poosh.
Yeah, at Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jig Jill.
Splooge. All right, so anyhow.
Well, that's her fight song.
Well, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Well,
Never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job. Yeah.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the first time.
the
guy
fists are
punches
flying.
the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, and neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if
She can walk.
Yeah.
It's a
miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, this is, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God.
There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously this is there. I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother. Like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland,
the happiest place on earth.
Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just. Some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget it was at like a kids park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight. She's backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park. No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
after they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy goes on
everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol.
You don't fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade all the time.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm gonna make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else.
Hey, what a good dad.
Oh, you were. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let him know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernadupal made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernadouble.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what. But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but Visco girls, yeah. And that's spelled VSCO.
Yeah.
Visco, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And
Okay.
so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. Visco,
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw Visco online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like that.
okay, wow.
So do crickets.
Visco.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so we'll find out in a minute here.
It's
right. That's what it is.
As far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a Visco girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing. Yeah,
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. And you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that
It is. Yeah. So the Visco app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media posts.
It happens all the time.
Visco girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are 2 essential settings on the Visco app that you use for your look. And now it's translated from this app to real life.
Okay.
Wow, man, Preston. So when in school we had Crisco girls, we had a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah.
Sure. Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those are Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
Yeah. My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Weston Alley.
And Steve, they would go.
That's Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a Visco girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a Visco girl before anyone knew. He just wore a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Hey, so is your daughter into it? Or is she Visco? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic schools, so they all wear the same thing at school, and then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that the is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a Visco boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
baggy
clothes.
Stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff all these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A Visco girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody got to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because things like this would happen over the course of a little while, and like in school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a movie or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. You remember the fidget spinners?
Oh, yeah.
Like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom.
And everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this. Visco Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$150
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
It says Giant Visco Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, and oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
That's no, no, that's mine. You can't have that.
I oop.
But I oop is a thing.
Can we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
All right, how's I oop spelled?
I oop is I, the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Again, it says I oop. Here, there's I oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media in a mic drop moment, as in I oop. Okay.
Because it says here, honestly, who says mic drop anymore? That's
please.
old now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone
he
on the
looked it
show.
up on BuzzFeed. Research. Yeah, no, I stalk 12-year-olds.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah.
Jasmine
thanks.
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
All right, okay.
That's funny.
And,
Okay.
And hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow,
Bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from
And yet
how they take off.
We can't get to take off.
Nobody can pronounce it.
And it's very hard.
That's the only thing.
I
Too many
it's much
syllables.
easier. All
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a Visco girl.
it's like going and looking at your X-rays.
Yeah.
I have some bad news. You're a Visco girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all. So I'm wondering what we could do. Maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was just saying that's like a positive workplace.
I just
moved
knew.
all my stuff in there. It's a mess.
This morning, Kathy goes to me. She goes, "Oh, your area looks really nice, Steve." And Preston goes, "Oh, what about mine?"
Mine's just an absolute. It looks like an atom bomb went
It
off.
actually looks worse than the old office.
I haven't done anything. I just dragged all my crap in here.
Listen, I was
and
not
set
talking to you.
And
I was just saying in
Steve,
general.
your area looks very nice.
That's pretty mean.
Steve came in over the weekend and worked on his.
I did. Whereas Preston just poured it his
I
over.
just brought my
Didn't
stuff
have
over and
chance.
left it. I'm going to work on it today.
I was just complimenting Steve because the shelving in the new office was made specifically for his guys.
Yes, my Batman.
It looks so nice. I wasn't saying it.
Kathy did it in the way where you're talking to one person, but your mouth is actually towards someone else who you want to make sure they hear that particular statement.
Your part of the office looks much better. The cleanly, orderly way you've approached it is impressive.
I swear, I was not saying it because yours was messy.
It did feel good to purge, like
Oh my God, I
getting
love
rid of
it.
a lot of stuff. And I found files from like 2008, 2009 when we moved into that office.
I found that puppy I never gave Marissa.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Listen, to make me realize how long we've been in that office, I've had some stuff hanging in my area on the wall space there
notes that my sons wrote to me.
Oh, yeah.
In little kid
That's
handwriting
cute.
of Daddy, I love you. I hope you have a nice day. I mean, that's how long we've been in that room. We've been in that room for 15 years.
And it does mean a lot because we started when we came here. First off, so that was not initially our first.
I guess
office
it hasn't been 15 years.
Yeah.
It's been at least a dozen years,
right?
though, but
because we're in it was Kathy, you, and I were in that small office that used to be a closet. Yeah.
So here's another thing that you can do to help get past the post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Don't dwell.
Okay.
Don't dwell.
Yeah. Don't feel sorry.
Lou, I couldn't help but noticing that you're dwelling. Is it that obvious?
Doesn't dwell mean to just live, just to, just to
sort of
stay in one
ruminate,
place?
Hanging out.
Don't dwell. Don't feel sorry for yourself, it says. Start some new office habits. This is how to beat the post-holiday...
Should you clean your office area?
The post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Clean your damn office. All right, how about this one? This is just... Here you go. This is all it says you need to do. Reflect.
Wait, that's too close to dwelling.
Seriously.
Where's the delineation between reflecting and dwelling?
You're not supposed to dwell. However, you should reflect.
God damn it, Earl, I was reflecting.
Looked like you were dwelling.
Well, I wasn't. You nosy ass.
So it says here.
Gentlemen, what? Well, he's always saying I'm dwelling. I was clearly reflecting. My head was up with my chin cocked a little bit to the left. That's reflecting.
That's reflecting.
Dwelling is hands on the temples down.
Yes, chin down. That would be dwelling.
You idiot.
Yeah. Lily Allen and Stranger Things star David Harbour dating on Fox 29.
This is way
Kathy, I
better.
want your honest opinion.
Yeah.
Does my new fuller beard my face look fatter?
Fatter?
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't know it was fuller. No, it doesn't look fatter.
Okay.
No, I think
you didn't notice it was
Like,
fuller?
but like a little bushier.
Well, yeah, no, I stopped. I used to sculpt it more. I used to do.
Okay, got it.
But you're going for a fuller beard,
and now I've. You didn't even notice.
I'm sorry.
I don't think. And you're using Preston, the new beard treatment.
Yes, I am.
That is also a
treatment.
Yeah, antifreeze.
Kathy, I was a little disappointed because my new T-shirt didn't make it on Fox Good Day.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's my new Matt Foley T-shirt that I got off of Instagram. Instagram knows me so well, Preston. It was like, hey, I think you're gonna like this shirt, and I was like, I do like this shirt. I do like this shirt.
Purchase.
And you were hoping to get that on TV today?
I was.
You wanted to share that with Kathy?
I want to share that with
To be
Kathy.
honest,
I want
though,
to share it with you.
We're dealing with a beard crisis here.
Yeah,
You're right.
You're kind of you're stealing the air out of this.
Well, Casey,
I
it's
apologize.
It's on the YouTube now. Is there any writing underneath Matt Foley there? Or is it just his
it's
picture?
just Matt Foley wearing this.
Casey not only bought the shirt, he bought stickers of that too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how much Instagram spoke to him of getting that shirt. So.
And here you are with a full beard. And
look at me.
I
no
think your
one's
beard looks
noticing.
great, and it's been full for a while. I don't think that's a new thing.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. And you can schedule their full service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Excuse me, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds guaranteed. Man, did we get some stories from the Bizarre File this week. We're going to start with this one. It was in Australia. A man has died and another man has been charged with murder after an alleged horrific late-night arrangement, they called it, involving a circular saw in northern Queensland.
An arrangement?
Yeah, they don't go into detail of what the arrangement was, but police will allege that two men who were known to each other drove together to a park, sat under a tree at 3:48 a.m. on Saturday. About 20 minutes later, the man's alleged arrangement turned grisly. Police say the 36-year-old man used a circular saw to cut off the 66-year-old man's leg below the knee. The younger man helped the older man back to a car before he fled the scene on foot after allegedly using the older man's own saw to carry out the botched amputation. The older man was found by passersby in the street and was pronounced dead when emergency services arrived a short time later.
The younger man was charged with murder and is due to face trial. Police allege the two men were known to each other, but the nature of their relationship was still under investigation.
So the guy dies. You think an amputation with a saw is going to be easy, but it can be dangerous, I guess.
They could not speculate on whether drugs were involved or provide any detail about the exact nature of their quote-unquote arrangement.
You've had a lot of stories of people relying on people who are not doctors for amputations. This is obviously all the rage.
Yeah. All right, so here's one that we got sent quite a bit, and you may have seen already, but the Olympics are always filled with interesting, heartwarming, and sometimes bizarre storylines. On Saturday, Finnish cross-country skier Remi Lindholm suffered a frozen penis during the men's 50-kilometer mass start race. He said it was one of the worst competitions I've been in. It was just about battling through it, and with howling, freezing winds made for chilling temperatures, organizers delayed the start of the race by an hour and then cut the usual 50-kilometer event down to 20 kilometers.
No.
Lindholm's thin ski suit and under layers could not keep him from succumbing to the elements, resulting in a frozen penis by the end of the race.
I always bundle my penis up. I assume you do as well.
The 24-year-old had to use a heat pack to warm up his frosted bits after he finished the race in 28th place in just under an hour and 16 minutes in his first Olympic Games. He said when the body parts started to warm up after the finish, the pain was unbearable.
Oh, man.
Oddly enough, this isn't even the first time that Lindholm has had a frozen appendage during a race.
Take up ping pong.
He suffered the same fate last year at an event in his native Finland, a frozen penis once again. So I'm wondering the difference between frozen penis and frostbite on your penis.
That was my exact question because that is...
It can necrotize and the tissue can die.
And your penis falls off or has to be removed.
So I don't know what to extent his penis was frozen, but nonetheless, he suffered from a frozen penis.
I would, honestly, if I was susceptible to a frozen penis situation, I would give up that sport.
Yeah, I would think so.
I don't care how much I love it. I love my penis more.
A Chinese security guard was kidnapped and used as a, quote, blood slave by a gang in Cambodia after he was lured to the country by a fake job ad.
Nothing about that description sounds good.
The 31-year-old man, who has been identified only by his surname Lee, was held captive and had 27 ounces of blood drained from him every month for 6 months.
This is my blood slave.
It's believed the gang who kidnapped Lee sold his blood to private buyers online.
He's like a private blood bank.
Yep. A normal blood donation usually takes around 16 ounces, 11 ounces less than the amount drained from this guy, which is around 8% of the average body volume of an adult.
Jeez.
As a result of the excessive blood extraction, Lee, who managed to escape the gang earlier this month, had multiple organ failures and his arms were covered with bruises from the needles. The victim said that he had been trafficked last June after going to China's southwestern region in response to a job advert for work as a nightclub bouncer. Lee said he was smuggled to the Cambodian coast by a criminal gang who sold him for $18,000 to another gang who forced him to work for various telemarketing fraud schemes. In September, his captors began carrying out repeated extractions of blood from him after he refused to work and collect a ransom, which put his life in danger. So much blood had been drained that his captors started drawing from his head because the veins in his arms failed to yield enough blood.
This is a warning sign. When we were interviewing with Bill, he asked both of us how much blood we have, Preston. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah.
The American Red Cross says that people should not donate blood more frequently than every 56 days, but for Lee, the gang was extracting blood every month.
Oh, my God.
He was only able to flee the gang when one member switched sides and was admitted to the hospital on February 12th, where he is in a stable condition after suffering multiple organ failures. He said he was used as a blood slave, and one of the gang members threatened that they would sell him to organ harvesters if he would not give them his blood. He said the gang would use electric prods to beat him and other men they had held captive. He worked as a security guard in Beijing before he was trafficked and said he saw at least 7 other men detained with him in a large room. He said others did not have their blood taken as much as him because his blood type is O, which is a universal blood type. That is wild. Never heard of anything like that before.
It's a messed up story, but Blood Slave could be a good band name. Like
I think so.
death metal,
yeah.
you know?
I agree.
I mean, ABBA was a good name, too.
Good
All
point.
right, and then one last story. Let's go with this one. The suspect sought in a Chicago train robbery has been identified as a Loyola University student, recognized by his own mother, who reportedly dragged him to the police station to turn him in.
Wow.
Zion Brown, an 18-year-old sophomore, has been charged with armed robbery after allegedly stealing $100 in cash at gunpoint from a Meta train conductor Tuesday afternoon. After recognizing photos of a masked suspect seen glancing in the station security camera, shared by police and reported by the media as her son, Brown's mother brought him into the police station in Calumet City for him to turn himself in. The detail was revealed at Brown's bond hearing, where he was represented by a private defense attorney who argued that his client was hungry and was looking for something to eat. Brown reportedly attended class after the armed holdup, and his lawyer asked the judge to remember her own days as a hungry college kid in determining his bail. The judge, Miriam Ahmad, ordered Brown held without bail. Ahmad rejected the defense attorney's argument, saying, as a hungry college kid, she herself would have never thought to rob someone, and granted the state's request for no bail. During an interview with police, Brown allegedly said the weapon he displayed during the robbery was actually a BB gun, which he claimed to have thrown into a dumpster in an alley afterwards. He has no prior criminal record, but mom dragged his ass down to the station.
Who would you rather be turned over to, the state or mom?
Wow, that's a tough one, man. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Let's take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Our good friend Jeff Devlin is stopping by. The Philly Home and Garden Show is coming up, and yeah, we'll be back in just a second or two with that. Stay with us.
Oh, I like her.
Oh, her brother's Alfie Allen from Game of Thrones.
And Lily Allen is from a while. She had career was on fire about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Her brother is Theon Greyjoy.
Yes,
from Game of Thrones, and she's a singer. No,
she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! Honestly, is she a singer?
She's a singer.
All right.
Her brother is Marcus Allen.
Honestly.
And Preston, is she a singer?
Yeah, she's a singer.
I'm not doing it.
Why not? No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Stop. Gets worse.
Okay, I thought she was an actress.
No, she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Okay.
She had a couple of hits. She was at yes. What are some of her hits? We all know her hits.
Well, the girl that we're looking at, the girl that we have up in this photo, I think is the actress that I looked up on IMDb.
No, that's the singer.
No, she was a dancer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Lily Allen, for Christ's sake, she's a musician, right?
Okay.
Are we looking up two different people?
There are a ton of acting credits for
No, those are soundtrack.
someone named Lily Allen. Those are soundtrack. Oh.
Those are not acting credits.
Okay. We all
She was an
clear?
actor?
Are we clear? No. She's a singer.
She has a song called "F.U."
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
I know that one. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they might be dating, her and David Harbour. Londoners have spotted the two out hanging out and, of course, posted about it on social media. Somebody wrote, David Harbour, when on earth did this happen? And it was alongside a screenshot of her, of her TV screen showing the couple at a boxing event.
Huh, good for him.
They first sparked rumors earlier this month when they were spotted taking in a West End performance of the Lehman trilogy.
Are we good enough friends with him now to just blow a call in?
Of course we
are.
Yeah.
What time is it in London?
We did have a really good time with him.
Yeah.
It's like noon.
Super nice guy. Yeah, it's
So he's probably up.
Yeah, we give him a call.
Hello?
Yeah, David.
Yeah, David, it's Preston and Steve. Are you dating Lily Allen?
Yeah.
She's a singer, right?
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
What are Casey and Kathy doing on this call?
We just had to do that. We had to do that because this is funny.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Woody Allen, maybe persona non grata in Hollywood, but Scarlett Johansson would work with him anytime. The A-lister is one of the few stars to publicly signal her support for the director.
He was the original choice for Captain America.
I did not realize that he would actually...
I don't think the serum worked.
Yeah.
I don't feel very super.
He was the original...
Yeah. Imagine that. The thing opens up. Have I changed dramatically? He comes out worse.
Yeah. They go the opposite direction.
He got older.
He's aged. His eyesight has gone bad. He's wearing glasses. Now his hair's falling
Ready
out.
to take on the Nazis.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan, personally, of their conduct.
Several stars.
They reach over. He just looks over. Stark's father reaches over and had the lever all the way to the wrong side. I'm sorry. I had it on skinnier. I should have pushed it to muscular.
Several stars, including Frida Pinto, Greta Gerwig, Colin Firth, and Mira Sorvino, expressed regret at working with him previously and pledged to never work with him again. But when the Hollywood Reporter asked Johansson, who worked with him on Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Scoop, she had nothing but good things to say about the 83-year-old, whose daughter, of course, accused him of sexual assault. He's denied all this stuff, but she said, "How do I feel about Woody Allen? I love Woody," she told the Hollywood Reporter. "I believe him, and I would work with him anytime." She said, "I see Woody whenever I can, and I have had a lot of conversations with him about it. I have been very direct with him, and he's been very direct with me. He maintains his innocence, and I believe him."
Well, that's her prerogative to take it that way, and that's okay.
She said, but she also understands why others don't. She said it's hard because it's a time where people are very fired up, and understandably, things needed to be stirred up, and so people have a lot of passion, a lot of strong feelings, and are angry, and rightfully so. It's an intense time.
What a missed opportunity that they could have worked in the Avengers films together. It would have been so great.
I ran into somebody who works in our office, and I'd asked her what she did the night before. Maybe it was over the weekend. She's like, "Yeah, well, I went to an I Do barbecue, and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of skated over there." I'm like, hang on a second. What's an I Do barbecue? You guys ever heard of that before?
No, but I haven't.
Like an engagement party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to vomit.
But only for people in the wedding party.
Right. Okay.
So
It's kind of where they do they ask them to be in the wedding party? Like that's part of the event.
I'm not really sure.
So I've been to like where they invite the bridal party over, and that's you're at a party, and they ask you to be in the bridal party. So
is that what that is?
You're going to a party, and you don't actually know yet until you get
to the party,
right.
And then they say, "By the way, you're all going to be in."
Or they ask you, yeah.
Okay.
So do attendees they don't know until some point in the evening when.
I mean, for my brothers, I knew I was going to be in my brother's wedding, but
right.
Yes, and then they, gave us a bottle of wine, and on the wine, she had put in like a cute little saying asking us to be, it was a custom made wine label, and then it was a cute saying asking us to be in the wedding.
I would attend I'd prefer not barbecue.
I actually never liked the idea of an engagement party, and so. You can put a cute little name on it, right, and make things rhyme, and I'm not going to like it or dislike it any more or any less.
Well, that's what they do, though. Yeah, that's what whoever they are.
There must be some counselor, commissioner, somebody who puts together like. With the gender reveal stuff now, that went from 0 to 60.
Now, I'm wondering where this started because there's an article on the knot.com, right, which is a wedding magazine and a wedding website. And so do you think that they wrote the article thinking that this might be a thing, or did they write the article because it already was a thing?
I think probably they can help boost it by reporting on it.
Right.
All the not readers. But I don't know. Usually, something has to have a little bit of traction before you report on it, right?
So yeah, I would think so. But so you have an engagement party, okay?
Okay.
You have, I guess now, an I Do barbecue. You have to have a rehearsal dinner.
The rehearsal dinner is to me, isn't that that's the wedding party gathering,
That's
right?
what I always thought it was.
Well, but not anymore, because now if you have out-of-town guests, if you're going by their rules, you have to invite the out-of-town guests to the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
So, but out-of-town guests who are in the wedding party aren't expected to attend the I Do barbecue,
I think the I Do barbecue is taking over the engagement party. I don't think you're having an I Do barbecue and you're having an engagement party. I think it's sort of one or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
So, but you would only invite.
An I Do barbecue is an engagement party.
Yeah, but you're only inviting the people that will be in your wedding party.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that is also, I've been to parties where they only invite the bridal party.
Because let's say you have a big engagement party or your I Do barbecue, but you're only inviting some of the people that
Just
are
couldn't
there.
invite people can be in the direct wedding party.
But let's say you have like 50 people there, but you're only inviting like 7 of them to be in your wedding party. That's kind of insulting to the other people that show up.
Not really. That's like saying you have to put every single friend in your bridal party. I think you know who's.
But if you're at a party and you're not part of the list there.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, I'll just be waiting over here.
Yeah.
No.
Enjoy your being celebrated by the bride and groom, and I'll just stand over here and have my fruit.
No.
No, I don't think so.
So you have all these parties. What are the ones involved with having a baby? There's a shower.
The
right?
Barbara Briss.
The Barbara Briss.
But listen, like the I Do barbecue and the gender reveal, I think are kind of organized so that you don't have to bring a gift. You're not bringing a gift to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Gender reveal?
Yeah, like it's more set up like the barbecue. Like come over for a barbecue. You don't quite know what it is, but whereas an engagement party is. If you show up without a gift, or at least for me, if I showed up without a gift, I would feel awkward.
All right, hang on. I just saw a text that came over. It said Connor Betts, he's an assistant producer here, went to an I Do barbecue. I'd like to know if he brought a gift with him to the I Do barbecue. Because, Kathy, I think I don't think I think you have to bring a gift to an I Do barbecue.
I don't know. Here, Connor's.
All right, we need an explanation,
right
clarification, in case I, by some stretch of the imagination, get invited to an I Do barbecue. I want to know what to do.
Connor?
I did not bring a gift.
Okay.
Were you aware that it was an I Do barbecue before you attended?
Yes.
Okay, so that and it's the premise of the I Do barbecue when it was presented to you that you were coming because you were going to be asked to be a part of this wedding party?
Yes, and I was not a part of the wedding.
All right, did your girlfriend bring a gift?
No.
Okay.
So when you went...
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the gender reveal is to come. We're all finding out together what the baby is going to be. You're not going to bring a gift to that. The baby shower. Yes, that's the point of a baby shower. Your friends, your family, they're bringing gifts so that you can be prepared for when the baby comes.
Connor prefers to be called Moose.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That's just a nickname from high school.
Oh, I did not know that.
High school into college, and everybody calls me.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I didn't know that. Nice to meet you, Moose.
So Moose, what was it like at the I Do barbecue?
Well, I didn't bring a gift, one, because they are wealthy and I am poor.
Right.
So I think my mom might have brought a gift, but I did not.
And so who with the cluster that you attended, who was asked to be in the bridal party?
It was my friend's brother's engagement party, I guess. So then we were all friends with him, and it was a bunch of my friends, and then I was not asked.
Did they line you up?
I was backup.
Did they line you up in a row and then yes, no? Yes.
Yeah, it's like picking for kickball.
Right, right? No. And then, Connor, you're there with the caterer standing there.
Yeah, it was me and the caterer and the dog.
Right, yeah.
On the side.
These are the ones who will not be in our wedding party. Shame them.
Sorry, Moose.
Why don't you forget
WMMR.
Thanks, Kat. So this weekend at the Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks will be the Philly Home and Garden Show. And in our studio, we have the next best thing to Ryan Reynolds with us. Jeff Devlin is here. You remind me so much of him.
Do you
get that a lot?
I do, but I am not cut like him down here.
We're not going to see that part of you anyway, so nonetheless. But no,
I do get that a lot.
You look a little bit, but your voice sounds a lot like him too, I think.
They say my cadence, and it's funny because a lot of times when I'll go into the big box stores and stuff like that, and then people will walk by me and they look, and they don't say anything, and then they hear me talk, and they're like, I knew it was you. And I was like, my voice is that, was like that, like you can figure it out from that. And then I was at Disney World.
Oh, boy, man.
I was at Disney World, and I'm there, and a bunch of these teens came flying up, and they're like, can we get a picture with you? And I am like so excited. And like my kids are there, and like this is the moment.
Oh, no.
And they're like, oh, my God, it's the Green Lantern. I'm like, first of all, you couldn't have chosen a worse superhero to be like, you couldn't have said, I was like, Deadpool.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on. And I was peacocking. My back was out. I'm like, did you see that? They thought I was like the coolest guy ever. And then I just kind of put my head down in sorrow. I'm like, still Ryan Reynolds, but I'm like, the Green Lantern is the one you picked?
Did you have to reveal? Did you have to let them down? Or did you
I
just
didn't.
go
No,
with
I
it?
walked away crying. I was just like, I was smiling in the front, and I turned, and my kids just, you know how your kids can just,
They know how to torture you. They're like, oh, hey, Dad. And another time they thought I was, I want to say like Michael Bolton or something like that.
Michael Bolton.
I was like, I get Jim Carrey a lot too.
Yeah,
but
your
I'm
voice and your whole presentation is very Ryan Reynolds.
So speaking of presentation, I was trying to change it.
Yeah.
For 15 years, I've had the same damn haircut. And the other day, I was at the hair. I get my hair cut by the same woman for, honestly, God, 15 years. And she's like, you got more hair. I can do something with this. And I'm like, okay, do whatever you want. Scared out of my mind. Because the last time I got my hair cut different, I had it down here. It was the band days where I had really long blonde hair.
Oh, I want to see a picture of that.
So I was like, okay, fine, do it. And then it's this, okay, we'll do a hard part and we'll fluff it back here. And I'm like, as soon as my kids see it, my brother's like, you look like the ass end of a dog. Like, they just tease it. And I'm like, I think it looks good. And to your point earlier, when you're talking about your beard, I didn't realize how self-conscious I was about all this stuff. Like, I don't look at my clothes when I get up in the morning, but I was like, oh boy, now I have to be, I don't know, like, it really tortured me. My kids just destroyed me.
You could seriously impact the perception of Ryan Reynolds if you don't leave the house.
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah, you could.
How
hurt
am I
that
going to
man's
look like
reputation.
Ryan Reynolds now if I have a different haircut?
Do you like watching yourself on TV? Like, okay.
No, it's horrible. And so at the first
I mean,
part,
not like it, but like, will you watch yourself just for like to critique yourself? To go
yes.
back? Okay.
Or pleasure yourself.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Numerous times. I get so excited.
God
that way.
damn, I look just like Ryan Reynolds.
Well, because if you think about it, you're reversed, so it looks like I'm using the other hand.
Yeah.
Like, this is
Oh,
perfect.
it's like an
I can't
optical
believe
illusion.
You're playing into this.
No, why
Jeff.
not? Listen, I know. You think I'm better than that, but I'm not. But there's something to say for when I first started, and we had talked about this before, Preston, and is that I was on the other end of the camera. I was behind the camera.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
then,
When I did my family did Trading Places or Trading Spaces, Jeff was working the cameras and stuff.
Yeah. So I was the jib guy. So I wasn't involved in like the nitty gritty of the day to day. I would take pictures of the house when you guys would exchange the keys, and then I would be out. So when the opportunity came that I would get in front of the camera, all the people that were filming, and you know how Trading Spaces was such a like a group and a home of people, that when I got in front of the camera, it's all the same people. So it didn't seem as scary. It was scary when I started watching the first episode, and you're like,
hypercritical.
Yeah. Like, you're like, man, why in God's green earth would I say that, or why would I do? I'm like, there's a couple episodes in Stonehouse where I was cutting my own hair. And this was, and thank you, Casey, for because I'm sure you saw, I look like a Dutch boy, and it was like different angles. I thought I had it. Like, I thought I had it under control. And then I saw the side angle, which I don't have like dual mirrors or anything like that. I'm like, like, who let me on TV with this? Nobody. Of course, my fiance was like, you look like an idiot. Go get your hair cut. But I'm like, come on, you love me for me, right? And she's like, no.
Well, you look.
No.
You're a good-looking guy, so it's not going to impact. I love Stonehouse Revival. My wife and I watch it. I have actually all the episodes on my DVR because we just enjoy. We love that whole thing. We love where you go. We love the history of the houses. Are we getting another season? Do we know yet?
So, I honestly, this is the craziest time of my life, and I don't know. I heard the other day that they were considering bringing it back, and we've been canceled twice already.
Yeah.
And now I was just invited to go down to the silos, like in 2 weeks, to go down to be one of the family hosts. So I would assume it's going to come back. Maybe it comes back in a different form. We just bought a new property, and they're talking about whether or not they would create a series around this new property, which is, 1800s stone farm, and where we're going to run the business out of and really kind of make it a community thing. You'll be able to stay in an original stone structure that's stripped down, as original as it is.
I mean, this stuff is so cool. The show is so cool because, again, a lot of times you'll walk into a room and Jeff goes in. He's got the people have this old. It's always an old house. Sometimes late 1600s or it goes back far.
Yeah.
You'll go into a room and the first thing I'll turn to my wife and go, "Oh, that drywall's coming down."
Yeah.
Because you want to see what's behind it and the stuff that you find and the character and the stuff is so cool.
What really makes it rewarding is that everything is new every single day that you get there. I'm not saying it's always great. I'm sure, we find things that we don't want to find, but I honestly believe that that's what I'm an ADD, you know, by heart. Whether or not I'm diagnosed that way, I don't know. But like every day is different. And seeing the things, I didn't really appreciate history when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I didn't really want to follow with that. But now seeing it and believing it.
And this area
then the
is so
stories
rich with
behind
it.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. When and somebody, you know, when we were talking earlier about your house, I'm sure you've delved into a little bit about the people who have lived in the house prior to you. Now all of a sudden you're attached to that deed and you're part of history. And, and you know, I'm not saying anything bad about Toll Brothers or anything like that or any of the builders.
It's just a different thing. Yeah.
It's just different strokes for different folks. And I don't know. I found my purpose and I found my passion and I found what really moves me. And I think a lot of kids struggling, you know, do I go to college? Do I not go to college? You know, carpentry, the trades, it's a necessary evil.
It'll never go away.
It's never going to go away.
Those houses have been around for a couple hundred years and they're not going anywhere.
I freaking love it.
Yeah.
So I grew up in a house that was built in the 1880s, and houses like that have a character that you just can't compete with, right? So you mentioned these builders. You can't compete with the character of these houses. But the practicality of these houses are, you know, they're 1880s practicality. They're 1600, 1700 practicality. And so in my house, closets were an issue. We just didn't have closets, you know? So my parents' room, they had to build a closet that they could share because the closet that actually came with the room was tiny. I mean, and in retrospect, like what they hung in that closet were a couple of bathrobes, and that was what they were supposed to put their clothes in. Right. You know, when I lived on the third floor, and my things that were hung, my mom got an old clothes rack from a Strawberries and Clothier that was going out of business, and that was essentially my closet. You know, and so what you have to do to make these houses practical is pretty extraordinary.
So it is, and it is. I always say design is relative to the person that you're designing for.
Mm-hmm.
So, i.e., you. I do not have as many shoes as Kathy has. So there's no way that I would need that collection. And honestly, the older I get, I'm realizing the less I need. And I look at my collection of things, what I wear, and what's really important to me. I don't want to say downsizing, but I'm like, I don't really need that. I don't need that. I don't need a closet that's this big. I do
You
a
just
summer,
need
winter.
Two
and
bathrobes is all you need. Yeah. just like the Pilgrims did. Yeah.
Some ascots and robes.
Exactly.
You know, all this sort of thing.
And that long cigarette holder.
Yeah. But for me, it's actually been, you know, like when my dad passed, I take his collection of things of just that were in boxes and I'm like, this has been sitting in boxes for 20 years. So when people are designing, and this goes sort of to your point, you might not have closets that are huge. You might not have places for absolutely everything, but that's also a point. Maybe it's time to look at what you really need and then put that in there and then switch it around a little bit. I mean, there's sweatshirts in my attic that I love. I saw this.
Keep on trucking.
I by the way, I'm a creepy, awesome Ted Lasso fan. So I saw you with the Believe T-shirt on the. I bought one too, and I bought the goldfish one because I'm like, I cry when I watch that show.
It's
I'm
great.
like, this is what clothing is. It makes. I want to smile when I put on something, and I want somebody else to smile. So I just was like, okay, the Old Navy shirts that I've had forever, that they're comfortable and whatever. I want to wear purposeful things. So then I just started paring it down, and I think my whole entire wardrobe will be based on Ted Lasso.
It'll be great.
But yeah,
why is he always in Ted Lasso gear? No, we're huge fans. But I mean, that's part of the deal. And do you dig doing the show and doing? I mean, the you know, at the convention center and the whole.
You know what?
I mean, it's so huge.
It is. You know, there's. TV is different than the home shows. TV can get stressful and it can get weird. There's a lot of moving parts. Home shows, in my opinion, are awesome because you get to not only, from my perspective, get to shake hands and see everybody, but also see all of the other vendors and what they're doing. Home shows are there to inspire you.
I'm a sucker. So I don't even do any real home improvement. But you do get ideas.
Yeah.
And we got a kick-ass massage chair for the home show because you're buying like directly from the manufacturer, and like you can save major money on certain things because it's right there. You take their number and the whole thing, and I mean you can drop massive excessive prices on things, it'll blow your mind.
Yeah, and for me, it's community. So these people at this home show are from this area.
Right.
So, I know Amazon ain't going anywhere and what we do for shopping and the Targets. Sorry, Kathy. But I really think that we need to come back a little bit towards supporting our community.
Sure,
and,
yeah.
and in those areas, these vendors that are at this home show are local to you. So they're contractors. They're people who make home goods. They make, cakes and all that sort of stuff. So being able to see them, meet them, and support them, I think is huge.
Speaking of community, I want to give a shout out to my local hardware store, Do It Best in Wayne. They're fantastic. And you mentioned big box stores, and they are great for what they are, right? And they're convenient, and you can get anything you need in them. But I prefer shopping in a local place, and I love asking people who are in the know where they like to shop and where you would recommend for people who are looking for stuff like that.
For me, my needs are a little different than most. So if it's hardware driven, I'll go to a gentleman in Westchester called Monroe Coldren. He makes my hardware. He's a blacksmith that makes my hardware. And I think, yes, it's more expensive. I'm not going to lie to you, but the door, and again, if you want to put this in a 2022 house, you might not need a 16th century box lock. But I like it because it has that story, and every day when I touch it and turn it, it's something that's unique and it means something to me. So whether or not you spend a ton of money here and a little less there, it's up to you. But I prefer all the hardware stores that are smaller, that are still existing. They are family owned. Yeah. They're owned, and these people live in your community. I prefer the one in Westchester right near me. It moved around. There's Brandywine Ace Hardware that I love, and I don't get paid anything to say any of this stuff. I was there just the other day. They're very helpful. They're always smiling, and they sell the little chickens now. So you can go buy a little chicken. So
What?
I think you need little chicks. This is the time of year. You guys could have some
You can
chicks.
go buy baby chicks?
Yeah, no soup in here from what I hear, but you can have chickens.
Yeah, we can. We've had all sorts of things. We've had cattle in here.
Yeah. So down the shore, there's a Lowe's that's in Rio Grande, right?
Yep.
And that's, and then right down the street from that, there's a Home Depot. But on Astor Avenue, there's this little hardware store.
That's what it's called, the hardware store.
And so last year I needed a jackhammer. And I'm like, I got to go to Lowe's. And so I'm driving to Lowe's to go rent a jackhammer. And I'm like, let me pull into Astor Hardware, the hardware store. They had a freaking jackhammer for me to rent,
There's a big bin of them.
No, but so this place is
It's
smaller.
tiny, dude.
But
you would never expect it, yeah.
But it's just jam-packed with, I have not gone there and not found anything that I needed there.
Yeah. And the cool thing is though, they know what's there. So when you go, and again, I don't want to bash the big box stores.
No, they're
but quite
they're
honestly,
awesome. Yeah.
the only thing that I don't want to see is that I don't want to see them put the little guys out of business. So if they can exist in harmony, great. Most of these little stores, it's personal. So when you go into the big box stores, those people are changing all over the place. They'll give you advice when they may have never been.
Mr. Reynolds is here.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish. I want to meet him one day, too.
I agree. And there's something, even at whatever level, I'm pretty inept. I have a few things. I've done a few things, home improvement. All of it is fun. You become invested in the home. That's why the show, as well as the Home and Garden Show, is cool. You're attached to it. There's something very primal about this is my home. I'm improving it. I'm taking care of it. It's a cool thing.
Yet recently, I don't know what it was. I almost lost my hand, and
doesn't seem like you.
No. So I was in the hospital for 4 or 5 days. They told me I could possibly get my hand amputated twice.
What caused this?
A staph infection.
Oh my God!
So
with all the blades you're dealing with.
I thought you were talking about the injury you had at the Camp Upper Hung.
No, that was still there.
Okay. All right, so wait a minute. You had a staph infection.
I said a staph infection in my hand. I woke up one day. It is swollen. You couldn't see between my fingers. All white, no blood flow.
Wow.
So for 3 days, I had no blood to my hand. I go in. They pretty much tell me that, look, we're going to do the best, but there's potential that we might have to amputate your hand.
Oh, my God.
Right away, I'm like, I don't think I could drink enough to deal with this. So, and they tell you again right as you're going under. So I'm like, okay, what's it going to be like waking up without a hand? What's this going to be?
Right.
I better start wiping my butt with my left hand. Like all this stuff.
Wait a minute. So you were getting a procedure done, and you did not know if you would wake up with a hand or not.
Correct.
Oh,
so
man.
it was a little. It's been a very trying year.
You've also
I had
had
a stroke earlier in the year too.
Stroke.
What? Yeah.
What
It's only February.
Yeah, back in March. I had a TIA. while we were filming.
That's
So-
too much information.
Yeah,
right?
I was like, oh, Lord. So anyway, this happened. I went into surgery. The doctor was amazing. But after the first surgery, it didn't solve it. And I had to get it opened up again.
Can you hold it up again? Because he has a very long scar
So
down
actually,
from the-
you'll
yeah.
see it was up here. Oh, I know this does nothing for radio, but
Mid-palm.
all the way to here and then cut across here. Now, mind you, this was done in December. So the healing, I feel, more like Wolverine than Deadpool these
Right,
days.
right,
but
yeah.
I healed so quick, but you can see the puff out here. I can't make that fist all the way. I hold a hammer and it flies out of my hand. Oh boy.
So that's. Are you expected to have a full recovery?
No, not full, but they do say that I'll be able to do a majority of the things that I did before.
What caused the staph infection?
What's that?
What caused the staph infection?
They think it might have been a splinter, and like most men, I hate saying it, I let the splinter in there, I let it fester until it pusses, and then I pop it out, and then it's easier than digging into your hand.
Right, yeah.
But they're not sure. I have splinters probably in my hand right now,
All right,
but
well,
that was like a wake-up call.
Jesus.
We're going to make lemonade here. So we're going to make an invention, and it's going to be
Gloves.
called the Jeff Devlin hammer glove.
Yeah.
Right? So it is a glove that you put on your hand, and then the hammer is at the end of the glove, and you don't have to worry about dropping a hammer.
I
What do
love
you
it.
think?
I
All
love it. Like wrist it on or something like
Yeah.
that. Neoprene.
I saw a contractor who put long blades at the end of a glove.
Yes.
And his face had been incinerated for some reason. Yeah. Listen, this is what everything you love. So
Yeah, it's your livelihood, too.
The impact is a little bit. Once you fully heal, you'll notice it, but it won't kill.
No.
all that.
No.
All right.
And I'll
'Cause that
tell you
would be
one
terrible.
thing. When you're in surgery and you look at the nurse and the doctor and say, I can't lose my hand because I'm a carpenter, they look back at you because I'm like, look, I need it. They're like, everybody needs it.
Right.
I was like, okay, thank you for the
Calm down,
perspective.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes. I'm like, do you know who I am?
I was in Deadpool.
When you walk into a room, how often do people ask you to fix what's broken in that room?
Every time.
All right, so this chair has been squeaking for like 3 or 4 months now.
But that's metal.
And it's really annoying
So
me.
I'll tell you, you want a dry lubricant.
Okay.
Don't make no comments. No.
Well, you have that hand where you don't feel as much. It's
Yeah.
called the stranger, right?
Yeah.
What, like a WD-40 or
No,
something?
no.
Oh.
So the WD-40 is like a grease, and that's very oily. And
Okay.
there's things you can get in a can. It's just a dry lube.
All right. Keep
There's
going.
no non-sexual way to say this.
No, it's too.
And you spray it on that area, so that way it will stop that
All right.
from going.
Thank you.
I have some in my truck.
Really?
Oh my God.
Actually, my truck is in the shop, so you're out of luck.
Okay.
But I have something else.
All right.
I spit on it. Maybe that'll work. I don't know.
How many times have I got mad at
Everything else is going well, though. I know you have
Everything else
the
is
family's
going,
well.
Everything else is going great. I'm getting married to my, the woman of my dreams.
She seems very lovely.
We just started, like I said, we bought this new property, named it Sycamore and Stone Farm. It's out in Chester Springs, so people can come out and check out our new location. It's a big stone barn. We're going to have, Airbnb. Well, the shop will be below.
It's fantastic.
It'll be hopefully on Kathy's list fall activities at
Yes.
some point.
Judging from your social media, she seems like she's a hands-on gal.
She is. She's always like, honestly, she's more go than I am. Like a couple of times. I mean, I think like many people these days,
You're more
we're just
jazz
going
tap.
and going. I'm like, I might need a little couch time. I just need that in front of the fire. She's like, no, come on, let's go, let's do it. And she's obviously stunning, smart, beautiful, and has her own career. But when there's a picture of her on the tractor.
Yeah.
And she's a West Virginia girl. So Janelle is hardcore, and what you don't see in that is she's literally driving over cow pies that are like 3 foot tall and not even squeamish.
Wow. That you need that because you're always injuring yourself. You need someone who can put a tourniquet on.
Yeah. Well, I woke up very interested. I mean, when I met her the first time, I'm driving. Her dad wanted to meet me, so I'm in the back of this, like they call them mules.
Yeah.
And behind the mule is a rifle, and in the front is a handgun that's dangling in the back. And he's like, hey, you want to go for a ride? And I look at her and I'm like, I can't do this alone. You have to go with me. I'm a little nervous. So we start driving out, and then he stops the mule and he's like, do you know what this is? And I'm like, it looks like a burial ground. And he's like, yep, I think it's an Indian burial ground.
Oh.
And I look at Janelle, I'm like, what the hell? Where is this going? And I like the whole time I'm getting hit in the back of the head by a gun. He's just men who don't say a lot scare the piss out of me.
Especially when they're.
I'm like, speak your words. Castrate me now or do whatever.
All right, I'll speak words. I don't like you, and I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome. Your son. You have a son and a daughter.
Son and a daughter. Yeah.
And your son has helped you out, and your stepson or soon-to-be stepson has helped you out on the show.
They all have.
Do they have a? Do you think this is something they might pursue?
So it's funny. Gavin, my stepson. There's two. Gavin, I think he's going to school for engineering out of Penn State, and I think that he loves the hands-on. He latches onto it. He likes the before and after, and he likes the challenge.
It's great.
Walker, he likes it, but not for too long. Like he'll do it for a little bit, but he's more into other things. My son, it's tricky because I have a lathe. He loves baseball, so I just said, "Here's a baseball bat, like a blank. Here's a lathe chisel." Put the chisel on the rest. If you take it off, it's going to go through your forehead. So less is more information with him. And then he just started doing it.
He's making his own bats?
Yeah. So he started making his own bats. He sells them in school and stuff like that to his friends. He just plays around with them. And that's how I started. That's how we all start.
Haven't we all always wanted to make a baseball bat?
Absolutely. It looks
never
cool.
got to do that in a shop, in wood shop.
You have one we could all come out and do. Could we have lathe day?
Yes.
Lathe day.
Yes. Lathe day, and we'll fix the squeak and Nick's chair. Just spitting on it.
No, it's awesome, man. I hope the show is renewed because I'm not even. I mean, we love it. We love watching the show, and we love the whole history and before and after is a mind blower. And the fact that you can sort of realize where you want to go with the that was a CAD or whatever the
CAD,
the display that you do. It's an awesome show. So I hope it goes back.
Yeah. So the name of your company, I said the name of your house is Sycamore and Stone Farm, but is that also the name of your company too? Or?
So that's the name of the. This is the marketing thing behind everything. Sycamore and Stone Farm is going to be the property. Sycamore and Stone is the retail. Schoolhouse Woodworking is still going to be underneath because we still make
umbrella company is Ryan Reynolds Limited.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So the
I do kids' parties as Ryan Reynolds.
Schoolhouse will be what's on display at the Expo Center this weekend.
Both Sycamore and Stone and Schoolhouse.
Very cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you teaching anybody woodworking?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm teaching how to make a bat this weekend when you guys come over. No. So we're down right now because we closed the store in the mall, but we will be back up and going in a couple of months, and you'll see that on the website as well.
Okay. And where should people go for all things Jeff Devlin?
So as of right now, Sycamore and Stone Farm.com is being fixed.
Okay. The website?
And right now you'd probably be better off going to schoolhousewoodworking.com.
And now goes to Busty Exchange.
Yes. BustyAsians.com.
Or you can do Jeff Devlin Official on Instagram, right?
Yes.
And find information there as well. All right, so the Expo Center in Oaks is where the event is this week, and it's the Philly Home and Garden Show, and this is going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can get tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. There's always great ideas there, and a lot of these booths give free stuff out, and there's contests.
There's a ton of things like that. It's really, you don't go check it out if you've never been.
It's
there's
fun.
something. That old hackneyed saying, but it's true. There's something for everyone.
And there's normally booze, so you can normally grab some booze and walk around and kind of.
Where's the table saw?
Well, the nice thing is they're actually letting me do two presentations, one on Friday night at 5 and then one at noon on Sunday, where I actually am building a stool, which you could take it and make it a table. You could take it and make it a bench, but just hands on. And they've got other cool guests. Matt Blanshaw is going to be there, and then there's I can't forget her. I know her face. Ryan Reynolds will be there.
Mina.
Yes.
Mina.
Yes.
Sabari?
She's awesome. From Good Bones. Yeah.
So we're gonna
be there as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have her on the show on Friday.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Wait,
she's awesome.
Wait, Good Bones. Is that the redhead?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I have a crush on her. Okay.
I think everybody does.
Gives you a good
She's got she works. She's like every woman. Her mom's cool and adorable. It's just a good pair.
She's going to be on the show next week?
No, Friday.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, so we were trying to get her in studio, but she's actually currently filming, so we're going to Zoom with her. I'm a huge fan. Her and her mom, they're two totally different people, but they're able to, they know each other so well and do really, really great stuff on that show.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, well, Jeff, it is great to see you.
I'm glad you're on the men and everything's looking better. That's cool, man. Good for you.
I can do jazz hands.
That's good. Jeff Devlin, ladies and gents.
Thank you guys for having me.
Make sure you go see him at the Philly Home and Garden Show this weekend, Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. We'll be back in just a moment, our buddy. Richard Curtis is going to be on about the classroom. Stay put.
Go to the party.
Preston and Steve.
To be in the bridal party, right?
Not even a little bit.
No,
with how good you look in a gown.
You don't have every friend you know in your bridal party.
No, but I'm saying this seems oddly. It is like being picked for teams in school.
No,
and you're left out of it.
No,
it's like why not break up into shirts and skins?
Well, I had never heard the term "I do barbecue" before, but apparently that's another one to add to the list with your gender reveals, your sprinkles, your showers, your engagement
golden
parties,
showers,
your golden showers.
I mean,
butterscotch bandits,
and that's overcomers.
That's, guys, you're combining things that don't.
It's disgusting.
It's not.
Yeah, Overcomer was a movie.
We're here for the hot Carl party.
What were you gonna say, guys?
I just don't make your wedding more special than it really is.
Yeah.
You know,
Or do it since it's your wedding.
Yeah.
Don't make it more special than it really is.
Because it might end up in a murder-suicide, you know?
Wow.
You're not special. This day isn't special.
It might end up in
They had an I do barbecue.
They had
and now he's dead.
Congratulations. It might end up in a murder-suicide.
I'm Keith Morrison. It started with an I do barbecue and ended with where'd you bury the body?
I love it. Pierre is in the studio, about ready to take over for the day.
It's a miracle.
It is a miracle.
It is a miracle.
Every day's a miracle.
Every day's a miracle. Rodney brought me coffee this morning.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Rodney's the man.
If Rodney isn't the greatest already, he, on his way in, found some wonderful coffee for me and brought it in.
I have a Superman statue that I'm going to give Rodney. There's one statue that has not ported over to my office. I said, if anybody around here deserves the Superman statue, it's Rodney.
I would agree.
Yeah.
You need more figurines and statues.
No, I have space now, and they will be coming. They are ordered and on their way. In fact, one should be arriving at the house today.
Yeah. Claire, God bless her.
She really is a saint.
She is a saint. Yeah. But I'm sure she said, no more in this house. Send them to the office.
Absolutely. Work it is.
Are there pictures of the assortment?
In the house. But there's still room in the house.
No, I mean up online, though.
Oh, yeah.
So that people can see how many Batman, Superman, other figurines you have.
Just go to our Instagram page. Yeah.
We posted yesterday. There's more on the way.
Yeah, so this is just beginning, but mostly featuring Batman and Iron Man.
Right. Okay.
Right now, I have to decorate properly.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a miracle.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the studio right now.
Oh, this is the new office.
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah.
Yep. We just moved in the other day.
So there's huge spaces where people would put books and tapes and various recording instruments, but Steve has used they're 5 feet high statues.
Yeah.
And they're not 5 feet high.
All right. They're 4.5 feet high.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
And the Iron Man gets a giant Iron Man head.
That's a 1-to-1 scale Iron Man head.
Wow.
I'm so glad I listen. It looks good. You've organized it so nicely. I am proud of you. But I'm glad there's a buffer between me and you.
That buffer is Nick.
It's Nick.
Yeah.
I've started to straighten up my area.
You have. It's
and my collections are coming too. So I have display area finally. So I'm going to put some of my stuff up.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going to do the swords.
Really?
Yeah.
No, we threw the swords out.
No, I have a couple of swords. There's one like the Philadelphia Pipe and Drums brought us this really cool. It's engraved and everything. So that's for the show. I need to find somewhere for that. But I have other collections that I'm going to bring and display.
Are we going to do that thing that we were talking about? That one idea where we were floating?
We got to do that. Yeah. We'll hopefully get to that soon.
Okay.
That's an idea, and we'll get to it.
Yeah. We're not going to reveal what it is.
We're going to put a chopping board in the middle of the room and hang our pots and pans from the ceiling.
No, that's Kathy's sections, along with the doilies and the Martha Stewart tribute area.
You know what? I've always wanted that. I've never had a setup where I can hang my pots and pans from like a ceiling setup.
I like that look. My wife doesn't like it, so we didn't get it.
Here's why I do like it. It looks great. But you can't use the pots because once there's a stain and you hang it up, now it looks ridiculous.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that's when it doesn't look good.
Once there's a stain,
that's why
that shows that that's a working kitchen.
Which is fine.
There would never be a stain if it was me because they'd never be used.
Me neither.
There you go.
That's why I always wanted it.
It would work in your house.
Yeah.
See, that's why we should live together.
That's why we are married but stay apart.
Right.
Yeah.
Forever.
I mean, you can't have sex all the time.
Well, exactly.
No, it's the perfect marriage. We don't live together and we don't have to have sex.
Yeah, you just love each other and then leave it at that.
We just love each other, and that's all
Kathy,
there is to it.
had she not met Dennis, she would have been married to a prisoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It'd be the perfect thing. What are you in for murder? Love it.
Right each other.
Yeah.
I didn't give away whatever it was I had yesterday.
You didn't?
So whatever that is.
It was a turkey.
It was a turkey.
We'll give it away today.
It was and pounds of steak.
And
so,
pounds of steak.
Yeah, not just a pound, several pounds of steak.
I would like 7 pounds of steak.
7 pounds of steak. You got it, Buster. Step right up to Pierre's Butcher Shop. I got all the blood you need.
You should get for Halloween one year. You should go as a butcher, like with blood splattered, apron and everything. That'd be perfect.
A vegetarian butcher with all the zucchinis hanging from.
Yes, and mangled tofu hanging from my locks.
Mangled tofu hanging from your locks?
Mangled tofu would be like dreadlocks, but tofu locks.
Yeah.
I like it.
All right.
Actually, I
we're cooking
don't,
with gas
but anyway.
now, mustard.
Oh, my God.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. John Travolta to our studio. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing wonderful. Nice to see you.
You sound good.
Thank you. I feel good. I feel very good. You know what? As I was introducing you, and I said, "Welcome to Philadelphia." You shot a film here in Philadelphia.
I did. I shot Blowout.
Yeah, that's
which is a Brian De Palma great movie.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
So this movie, we want to talk about The Fanatic, which is I actually I started watching it. I wanted to go into it cold, and it's a big departure for the kind of roles that you play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a horror suspense, but it also takes a peek inside the world of TMZ and fandom run Fanatical. And your character is very unique. And from what I understand, the character was written with you in mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Fred Durst from the Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
He wrote it, and he directed it. And I will say that he is quite inspired as a director and as an actor even.
Right.
And he helped quite a bit. He would improvise with me prior to the takes, and he designed this character, and I understood it because I am a fan. I'm a fan as much as we all are. And I think if you don't understand that, whether it's sports or whether it's the arts or icons or whomever you admire, you can't do this kind of role.
It's funny because John, because I collect things. I have I'm a massive movie fan. I'm a huge fan of yours as well. And there's something that, and it's your character exemplifies in the movies. Well, just to be able to get the tactile sensation of touching something that a celebrity or there's this bizarre thing. I remember it's odd, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking the story that Gene Siskel of Siskel and Ebert, it was very important for him to own the white suit that you wore on Saturday
That's
night.
Correct.
And he owned that. It was a holy grail for him.
Yes,
so
and then Jane Fonda bought it.
Right. So
you're completely correct. But this particular guy, this character I play, is he's a man-child. He is maybe a little bit on the spectrum, which explains his irrational behavior. However, that being said, he's picked on and bullied at work, and everyone bullies him, but he's so used to it that he handles it. But when his favorite person in the world bullies him, this movie star, he doesn't know how to handle it. He gets confused. And when he gets confused, he does really odd things. And you'll see in the film that he goes over the line, but so does the movie star.
Yeah, and
the movie star goes over the line equally as well, by torturing.
And his inability to pick up on social cues, it takes it down a path where it's like, oh no.
Correct.
And I got to tell you, John, the entire time while watching this movie, I don't think there was a moment where something on my body wasn't clenched.
Yeah.
Whether it was my hands or my mouth or even my butt cheeks. I mean, I was just like, it was tense.
Well, because
the
it's
whole thing.
Nothing times up. The point when you finally get to have this moment with Hunter Dunbar's his name is the character. He has a bad experience, and you just happen to come upon him at that time, and it never syncs up right. So that starts.
That's correct. It's also a movie about bad timing.
Yeah, and then some.
Because if he had just been in the right mood and had his autograph, he would have been over.
Yeah.
But of course, then we wouldn't have had a movie.
Yes.
But what I thought was brilliant was that I loved that your character before all that started to happen. So I almost felt bad, and I was like, well, it's not that bad that he's doing some of these things,
but then it progresses into the movie. But you really made me love that character before you found out the other stuff.
Yeah, thanks. But I wanted him to be loved because I feel like everyone is a little bit of the character Moose. We all have a little Moose in us. It's just how far do we take it? And if we didn't have Moose in us, how would we be, ourselves to create an effect on others?
Yeah, I might be in your plane later.
Well, Hunter Devin Sawa, is that the actor who's playing Hunter?
Correct.
Yeah. So, again, nobody's all that awesome in this. Everyone's got,
Yes.
even his friends, or quote unquote friends, are not that good as far as friends.
Correct.
And I like that because that's sort of real. But I like also the peek into the side of the people who are out on the street who make money. You're dressing up as a Bobby, to pick up some money, and there are these things going on in that world that sort of, for some reason, Hollywood, when depicted in a seedier fashion, always appeals to me. It's like a Raymond Chandler sort of.
Well, also maybe that's a bit of the truth.
Yeah. But in a way, that's sort of, and that's almost sort of enticing too. That bizarre aspect.
Yeah, I love how L.A. is depicted in this film. I think it's very real and tragic almost.
I thought in watching the movie at first, and now seeing you today, I probably know it's not the case, but I thought maybe you would cut your own hair for the role.
No, it was really cool because I said, when I loved the script and wanted to do it, I said to Fred Durst, what do we do about how he looks? I mean, the Hawaiian shirt was an obvious kind of choice. There's bad shorts and bad sneakers and all that. But I said, what about the hair?
Yeah.
And the look? And he said, well, what do you think about mullets? And I said, I don't know. It's overdone. And he said, well, there's a lot of different kinds. Would you care to look? So I looked on the internet, about 100 different types, and boom, suddenly there was this dude, with the exact haircut Moose has, with glasses. And I texted it to Fred, and I said, I found the look. I found it. And he said, I agree. This is the right way to go.
I have to tell you, I was at it, and when I saw this character of Moose, I've told you guys this story. I was at a convention one time, one of these conventions. I am a real fan like this, not Moose level, and Adam West was there, the original Batman.
Man,
so everyone's
Adam
there.
West.
There was a guy who looks exactly like your character in this knapsack, the whole thing, the backpack. With about 50 cans of Fresca in that thing, and that same sort of delivery, and you work on this character with that, Mr. West, and he's sort of that thing, and so your heart sort of that this is not just a hobby, it's his life.
And there is a difference. There's the professional fan that usurps signatures and sells them,
right?
And then there's the guy that ain't selling nothing, and is going to keep it, and that's Moose. Moose is not getting rid of any of his memorabilia at all. So how do you detect the difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is a difference.
And you're known to be fan friendly. When the opportunity is right and that person does approach you
respectfully.
Respectfully. Do you know what you're giving them? I would think, this is a very special moment for them.
Absolutely. And I grew up being a fan, so I understood.
Right.
And I remember a very famous movie star who will remain nameless, but he kind of, just discarded my. This is before I was famous, and I decided that if I ever became famous, I would never do that. So I lived by that motto, But again, how do you navigate the line of privacy and?
Yeah,
it is a tough line because, and again, with people who approach you, and we always think in that. Listen, we're on local radio, but whatever the stories, if somebody comes up. It's every time the edict is you shake hands, you say hi, you do the deal because that's an important thing, and sometimes as what happens with Hunter, the star in this, he lets his life cloud his remembering because it starts off with a quote from him: "I'm nothing without my fans," but he doesn't abide by that.
Well, sometimes there are good people that are bad celebrities.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Right.
So my cure to that always has been don't go out unless you're in the mood for it.
That's good. Good rule. Yeah.
Are you in the frame of mind if you go out to dinner to be interrupted, bothered, whatever, take pictures? And if you are, go out.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's just part of the very small price you pay for this glorious life that we have.
Well, case in point, in 1996, you met a nice 21-year-old young man in Beverly Hills,
WMMR.
California.
All right,
And,
thank you very
I had
much,
a job
Kathy.
at the time.
Very excited that our next guest show is returning. We had so much fun on this program.
Yeah.
And some of our other sister stations did as well. And now, teaching at New Hope Soulberry School, please welcome our friend, Mr. Richard Curtis, to the show this morning.
Let's go, baby! All right, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, Richard? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too. You're aging well. Congratulations.
Thank you. It has been a while since we've seen you, man. And so Richard, by the way, was hosting Classroom. Has it been... Did you just have the one season, or was that 2 seasons? How long did that last? It seems like it's been around for a while.
We got cut on COVID on that 3rd season. So life was good, man. We were cruising right along, and now we're coming back better than ever. It's like when the Jersey Shore got old and had kids, and they're like, we have to reinvent ourselves. Now we're coming back. We don't have, we're not old. We can still go clubbing, but it's going to be family edition now until the schools get back to, their regular life and can field trip down. So we're offering the opportunity now for any of the listeners in your area to jump on with their family. It's going to be awesome.
So the actual show will return to the Classroom, but now it can be the family edition. You can do special editions as you did, like when you had us on the show.
Exactly right.
So how long will this run? I mean, no one knows what's going on in any of this, but how long are they estimating this family edition of the Classroom will be in effect?
Listen, as long as we have families who love each other and hate other families, this Classroom is about to go head to head. It's going to be awesome, man.
I love the show. I mean, honestly, I kid you not. We'd watch it. We'd lead right from you into Jeopardy and do the whole thing. So we had all our quiz show for an hour and enjoyed it. And then, of course, I watch Wheel of Fortune afterwards, and then I eat my Mapo, and my nurse comes in and puts me to sleep.
Steve, tell everybody if we're going to let history talk here, between you and Preston, which team won? Which team walked away with the cash?
Preston's team.
Yeah, we won.
Now, we won the camp-out version, right?
Yes, you did.
And that's
so you
how
guys are 1-1.
I won. We were the proud recipients of a Richard Curtis 8x10.
Yes, which is still in the office.
Right next to the coffee maker.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I forgot about that.
That's it. It's like a little caffeine booster with that smile right next to the coffee.
Right.
Listen, I love quiz shows.
Oh, they're great.
Being on that show was so much fun because I don't know when I'll ever be on another quiz show again. But the format is light, it's fun, it's interesting, it's intriguing, it's got all the things that you want in it.
I'll tell you what, it's even, I would say, in some ways, a little bit harder than like Jeopardy, only because there's a fair amount of framing in the clues in Jeopardy, and you're doing it straight up old style, old school, no pun intended.
This is truly how much do you really know? And we like to put it right on you. You know what I mean? But it's not just old. It's not just young. The questions are all over the map. So it doesn't matter what grade you're in. But here's how it's going to change this year because you are making your super team, right? So now you're coming in with your family. But you guys know the definition of families is basically anybody you know at this point. Like your best friend could be your closer than your aunts or uncles. Like, for instance, you could say, all right, you need an over 18-year-old. That's contestant one. You have to have somebody that's over 18. You have to have somebody that's still in school, so grades 7 through 12. Okay. And then that third person can be anybody. I mean, it could be your neighbor. You walk into Wawa, you grab a Gatorade, you meet a guy at the cooler, ask him to play. Is he smart? We find out.
I think this is cool because there's something that we wanted to do, and we can give it to you. Could you use mob families to go against each other? Right? Because they certainly are combative. And
yeah, 100%. I think that's a great idea. Look, and that's the best thing. If you know anybody, this is what's crazy is right now we're like on an accelerated schedule here, Steve, now because we just found out. This is late breaking news, and the first time I'm saying this in public here. March 5th is our first show. And at this point, this is your opportunity where I can pretty much guarantee, the old Rich Curtis guarantee here. If you apply, you go to theclassroom.com, classroom with an H. I'll probably see you there because you're going to be one of the first families on the show.
Oh,
right
that's
now,
awesome.
we are
Do
on the
Seize the moment.
You should do it. You should absolutely do it. If you have kids that are outgoing, if you've always wanted to be. Listen, there's a $500 cash prize, but it's more about
Yes,
playing
sir.
the game than anything. I mean, it's more about getting there, going to the experience, seeing what a live television show, or not a live television show, but a television program, how it's all put together, and then you put your wits on the line. It is just it's a full day of fun. It'd be such a blast for you. So a Classroom, how do you get signed up again, Richard?
Yeah. So, and this is what's awesome about this as well. It is the easiest sign up you could possibly have. It's Classroom with an H. So classhroom.com. You just fill out, I think it's like 4 questions, like who's on your team. It takes about 30 seconds to fill out. And then you just attach a cell phone video like, hey, what's up? I'm Richard. I want to be on the show because I'm a super smart guy. Give me $500. And then our producers, I don't know what they do with that. That's well over my pay grade. But apparently they pick from there. But like I said, this is the moment. This is the exact moment where you can say, family, it's time. We are going on a trivia show, and you can probably actually get on.
Yeah. You are basically saying, done deal. Your TV career can start right here with a minimum
That's all
amount
we do
of
is
effort.
launch careers.
That's it.
Yeah, we launch them.
And as Preston said, I assume the $500 prize is still in effect, correct?
Yeah. Do you ever get tired of your kid asking you for the brand new PlayStation? You don't have the extra money. Come on down.
There you go.
To the Classroom.
Just get on TV. No, it is cool, and it's a professional setup. Everything's run really well. Your producers and your support staff, they're fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, they make you feel good. So even if you're not that intelligent, I promise there's not that intelligent questions that are probably right up your alley.
Right, Richard, with the kids still in the Souderton High School, we miss you, but we know you found a new home. And how are things going so far as a teacher where you are now?
Yeah, so I got to be honest, guys. I do miss Souderton, but I'm at New Hope Solbury now, K through 12 STEAM coordinator. I'm in way over my head. I'm just swimming for my life right now, having an absolute blast. This is crazy. I start my doctorate next week, so just add that to my schedule, which is exciting. Do you know what I really want, Preston, is I want to be on a plane at some point and someone have a non-life-threatening issue and be like, excuse me, is there a doctor on board? And I can just raise my hand and be like, yes, does he need fresh curriculum?
Yeah. When you can pull a joke like that eventually ends in a fatality, it's the best kind of laugh. By the way, Richard, behind you, are those 3D printers behind you that we're seeing?
Yeah, man, that's 3. So this classroom, this is part of my job right now. I'm completely redoing the high school curriculum up and down the district, but we just got approved for a monster makeover here. 3D printers, that's my robot ring. It's like BattleBots, but in high school. It's
I thought that was it. That's cool.
Yeah, so yeah, honestly and truly, guys, I am so blessed to be here. This has been such a breath of fresh air. You guys know, like, you got to constantly try to push to that next endeavor and see what's in the mix. But this has been a great one. So, I'm going to get some New Hope families on board. But Preston, I got to be honest, though, too. I do miss that Souderton red.
Yeah. Well, listen, man, we're going to send people in your direction because I think you'll have no problem filling this up because it is so much fun. We can speak from experience.
It's great.
You got to be on the Classroom. All right, Richard, we will get the word out, and hopefully we'll see you soon. All right, my man?
Yeah, guys, thanks again, man. Have the best day. And remember, study and stay in school. I'll see you guys soon.
Excellent. All right, Richard Curtis, guys, thank you. Take care, man. I'm telling you. Dude is the most energetic guy you'll ever meet, most positive guy. That one of the that I've ever experienced.
When the camera goes off, he's like, all right, back to work.
Yep. Got to turn it off now.
Got to turn it on the damn robots.
So, fox29.com/the Clash Room. Yeah. Not classroom, but CLASSHROOM. And you can get yourself signed up, which is really cool. Hey, I have a shout out. I have a really fun email that I got from somebody. This is from Russ Shelley, who is in Haddon Heights, and said, hey, I wanted to send a shout out to Ron Tyler from Henderson, Maryland. I made the trip outside of the reach of MMR radio waves to Queen Anne's County, Maryland, to buy a bandsaw from a stranger named Ron.
Well, almost immediately after telling Ron that I made the 90-mile trip from the Philly area, he mentioned a friend turned him on to a Philly station called WMMR and a show called Preston and Steve.
Wow.
Well, it just so happens I was listening to yesterday's best of episode as I pulled into his house, and we instantly hit it off. Ron and I shot the breeze for a bit. We talked about tools, cars, bikes, and shared a beer. And thanks to you guys, a mundane transaction became a PNS bonding sesh, making fast friends of two strangers. Ron said he listens every day on your app, so hopefully this will catch him by surprise one morning. Thanks, and that is from Russ, Shelley, and Hadnight. So here's a shout out. That's pretty cool
That
little
is
encounter,
cool,
right?
yeah.
And,
I love when that happens.
Me too. When they find out they had this in common, I dig it.
That's right.
You know what else I love? And I've decided to do something without consulting you guys on this, but I love when people send us little Preston and Steve and WMMR crafts that they've made. And I've realized that I've started to kind of amass a little pile of them. And so, Steve, like your Batman statues and things.
You're collecting.
I'm going to create a little section.
You want a name for it?
Of my office.
Farts and crafts.
Not farts and crafts.
Oh, I like that. What about sharks and crafts?
Send us your farts and crafts or sharts and crafts.
Every time I heard the stupid commercial for Uncharted, the new movie, I swear to God they were saying Uncharted. And
Uncharted.
Yeah. Anyway.
No, these pants are clean.
So like, somebody sent me this. It's sat in the background for a while.
It's lovely.
But it's this, I guess, is this needlepoint? I'm not sure what this is.
I think that's
or
granite.
Is it crocheted?
What's macrame? What is that?
I don't remember.
It's a type of pasta?
No, it's not. But anyhow, it says it's a coffee mug that says "Good Morning It" on it.
I love it.
And I love this. This is one of my favorite things. And I want to find a little home for all of these little arts and crafts. We have these little Preston and Steve pins that were made.
Like a gallery?
We had somebody who made these like dolls of you and I, Steve,
Yes, yeah.
that you can take a colored marker and color them in.
Where'd they
if you
go?
want to.
They were behind you.
I took them back in
All right,
in my area that I'm gonna create because they're kind of scattered about, and I want to have like
You want to consolidate
a designated area. And put them on display.
Is all of the Franklin being used?
The Franklin Institute?
Yeah.
What about by Kathy's desk? There's a
I have a spot. I have a spot.
Okay.
I have a spot. I have a good area. Nick, what is this you found here? What is it? This is needlepoint.
Yeah, I believe it's not macrame, Casey. That's a little more, I guess, elaborate or whatever. But I think the thing that you have over there, Preston, is needlepoint.
Okay, so this is a needlepoint.
We've gotten some wonderful things, Preston. Like there's this little faux cassette. Like, did you guys get these?
Yeah.
And somebody did up for us out of like a plexiglass sort of thing.
Yep.
I mean, listen, if you're moved to do so, that'd be great. But you'll be added to what is probably going to be the most exciting new museum on earth.
So what I'm saying is, if you have these little crafts, or if you make little crafts, send them to us.
Yeah.
We'll find a little home for them.
Sharts and crafts.
We'll find a little sharts and crafts area and put them on display. Because we get them through the years, and they'll sit around for a little while. And if it's there for like a year or two, I'm like, well, it's just kind of taking up space.
You don't want to get rid of it, though.
And I might get rid of it.
Yeah.
And I feel bad about doing that. But if I have a place to display them, I think this might be kind of cool.
There was a guy who
So send your sharts and crafts to WMMR, care of Preston and Steve, and maybe we'll find a spot for him.
A guy painted some rocks for us, and they were nicely painted, and they were really cool. But he felt like he didn't get enough credit, and I feel bad. I think he wanted like a segment on the show because
Painted rocks?
he painted some rocks, and they're in the other studio. They're still here.
Did he do one with the St. Louis Blues logo on when they won the Stanley Cup for me?
Did you explain to him that
I'll go get him.
Pierre wanted to do a 4-hour?
Well, yeah, Pierre's going to do a sit down. Yeah,
We'll go get him in case his name's on there, and we'll make him feel okay.
Yeah, you happy now?
About that. But we get these and they're fun and they kind of come and go, and I'd like to house them. I'd like to keep a little collection of these. So like I have like this somebody made out of wood. They had I guess they had like a laser.
They're great.
I don't know what you would call
like
it.
a laser burner, like a wood burner, or I don't know.
This wasn't done by hand. It's too precise, and that's from Jack Cutts. And he sent that to us last year. He said, it says on the back from listener Jack Cutts. All right, Nick's brought me a rock. Post on Facebook.
Oh.
Or
else.
Keep or re-hide.
Yes.
Oh, so you're supposed to hide these rocks. Okay, I got
we didn't do that.
He did a cardboard classic one, and it's Upper Perk rocks.
Okay.
So that's cool.
Please mention these rocks, or I will beat you to death with them.
With them. Kathy, he did one for Kathy's Cuts.
Oh,
That's
yes,
actually really
I
nice.
remember. That is
All
nice.
right. I know where I'm going to put these.
Okay.
Not all of them because there's too many. And
Why don't you put them in that art bin right next to your chair?
But I'll keep one of them. I like the cardboard classic one, and I like Kathy's Cuts. And this MMR logo is pretty awesome.
They were really
too.
nice.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry we didn't get you on air until now, but thank you for handing those.
And he was upset about this?
Well, yeah, I think he expected a little more.
He's actually in the parking lot right now.
Did he get in touch with you?
Yeah.
Watches.
It's
He's
okay.
watching you.
You know, water under the bridge.
He's cutting an apple with a switchblade. Just wait.
Wait, what is
Wait, they got to leave sometime.
what is the rock thing? Like, there's a painted rock on in the bed of our front, right in the front of our house.
You keep a bed up there?
Did it come out of nowhere?
Yeah. What am I supposed to do?
Somebody dropped it off?
Yeah.
We have our next door neighbor, this young lady named Arden, does this really sweet thing, and every now and then she'll paint a rock and bring it over and leave it for us. It's just kind of a gift. It's really cool.
But wasn't there?
Knock it off.
No. I thought there was like a I don't want to
Like a
peace
tradition?
rock or like no. Like
That might be it. Yeah.
Peace rock, turn it up.
Is that what it was?
It was like a kindness campaign, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Is that
it was like
still
almost like a
happening?
chain letter thing, right?
Yeah.
I guess, but I don't. It just appeared, and it looks like a little kid painted it, but I don't want to get rid of it if I'm supposed to keep it there.
You're supposed
I don't
to-
know who it's from. I don't like it. Just was
Okay.
left there.
You're supposed to pay it forward by putting poop in a paper
No,
bag.
no,
Steve,
no,
Lighting it
no.
on fire.
It bothers Kathy every time she walks by and she sees it. There it is. There's
What, the rock?
Staring at me again.
Oh no, not at all. I just don't know if I'm supposed to
Nice
pass. Am I
people.
stopping the tradition by leaving it there? Am I supposed to move it?
okay.
Or are we supposed
There's
to paint
some
a new one?
some kid at Chop
Put
going,
it somewhere?
did she take the
Yeah,
rock?
that's what I mean.
Did she? I feel so sick.
Okay, I just got a text. The guy that I saw on my plane to Florida with the Preston Steve mask, that's Jack, who sent me this little
Oh, my God.
thing. Jack Cuts. He even told me about it. I forgot when he told me about it, so sorry about that, Jack. But I have it. But I have it right here in front of me.
Off to a shaky start with this museum.
Yeah. We'll get there.
If you put everything in one area, like if there's a fire, it'll get rid of everything at once.
Are you saying
Except for the
that's my
rocks.
motivation for doing it, putting it in
No,
one spot?
honestly, the generosity and creativity of that people will send us these things that are like Preston. I know you're sad over we had this beautiful glass
Bong.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I don't,
Awesome.
whatever your deal is, but I mean the work, the craftsmanship was
So
amazing.
you know the guy that built the bed for you, Steve, the Batman bed?
Oh, unbelievable.
Yeah, he's really talented, really great carpenter. He said he'll make a display case for us so we could put some of the stuff.
Just get the right measurements.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet, all right.
Because I have those areas that I keep some of my little tchotchkes and collectibles. I have plenty of
All
room
right.
right now. And by the way, don't send us big things. I
Well,
should
I
have
was just
said
going to
that.
say, what are you going to do with all
Tiny
these things
little
you get?
things. I'm going to display them. I think it'll be cool.
Yeah, but you're now going to be inundated with things.
okay.
Why don't
Some of
you-
them are going to be terrible.
What if we
That's all
suspend
right.
them from the ceiling? Some of them.
Oh,
The terrible ones.
Kathy
could be
likes that.
fun.
I think over Marissa's desk, she was saying she wanted stuff hanging from
Right, yeah.
above her. So.
Right. Just about
saying it
keyboard level.
Long time. Once more clutter.
All right, anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. I did notice some things that are worth mentioning. I know it's Wednesday already, so we better get...
Noticing that it's Wednesday already.
Yeah, we better get to some noticing.
Well, the
And
noticing's good.
I noticed this story. It was a research project that was done about people ordering at a restaurant and whether or not their bill is correct or not. So this was from Telhai College. They had participants order 2 items while eating alone at a restaurant. When they were given their bill, one item was left off of it, and the majority of participants failed to alert the restaurant to the error. Women were 16% more likely to report the missing item than men were.
So an item that they had gotten was left off of the bill.
Correct. And they didn't point it out to the establishment.
How often do you look at a bill and see if it's itemized correctly?
I never
do.
Never. I
You
wouldn't
don't
even,
either?
No, I
See,
would
think
never
that
know
you would have. Okay.
that something was on there. Or not.
Yeah.
No, because 99% of the time, I trust that the restaurant's got it right. I mean, I'm there, I ate it, I drank it. It's going to be on the bill.
I do know people who take out their glasses and they'll pull up the receipt and they'll have their pen in their hand
and the tip calculator.
They'll go after each, but they're making sure that each and every item, that everything is accounted for properly.
They shouldn't go to restaurants.
They left out my foie gras.
So customers whose more expensive item had been left off reported the error twice as often. So if it was something more expensive, then they would say, look, you left this off of there because the number didn't seem quite right. Although also customers who paid for their meal with a credit card were 20% more likely to flag the error than those paying in cash.
I guess you'd, like if I go, there are restaurants I go to fairly frequently and I know in the ballpark of what the price will be, unless it was something outlandish, like, I don't think it would red flag to me.
The researchers say that this data shows people can tolerate a low level of dishonesty and cheating when making moral decisions, and that it's likely people paying with a credit card are more honest because doing so requires an additional encounter with the server who could possibly notice the error on the bill.
It says here the pudding was $360.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yes, sir, we gave you a lot of pudding.
Yeah, I normally I don't take a good look at the bill.
I don't ask for separate checks ever. That's also something that I don't do. But there is one person that if I go out to eat with, I ask for a separate check because I don't feel like dealing with her, because she will itemize everything and she will question like the server about it. You ordered it, you ate it. What are you questioning here? What's happening right now?
They'll be like, oh, this says here.
I don't think I got this. Yes. That's the salad you ordered. You know what I mean?
The toast never came. No, you got toast crumbs on your mouth.
I thought we got two. It's just always something. And so I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be embarrassed by her. So when I go, I mean, it's literally the only person.
She's going to itemize anyway, right?
Yeah, but it's hers. She can itemize her bill. I'm going to pay mine. I'm not going to say a damn thing. And I'm going to walk out. You want to sit there and go over your bill for 9 hours? Have at it,
the
sweetheart.
Quintessential nightmare. So you would probably get shivers watching this, but the Goldbergs did the definitive. The family goes out to Beefsteak Charlie's. Remember Beefsteak Charlie's?
Yeah.
And I mean, it is everything you're saying. Itemizing. We didn't get this. The portions were incorrect. The waiter's calling the wrong waiter for the table. Any waiter. I mean, on and on and on. It was just nightmarish. And I'm like, I've been out to dinner with people like that.
I can't take it.
All right, so that's one of the things I noticed. I also noticed this research that was done. Living in a space that gives you access to fulfill your basic needs as well as the time and space to pursue your passions and raise a healthy family is generally considered a good thing. But a new study finds feeling pressure to be happy can actually make people feel worse overall.
Yeah, I believe that. It's got to come naturally.
So
that's why clowns are so upset.
This is interesting. So Tilburg University researchers found people living in countries with the highest scores on the World Happiness Report reported significant pressure to feel happy, and most of them ended up having poor overall emotional well-being. God, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. You live in a place where happiness is abound, but you somehow or another feel pressured to feel happy. I can kind of relate to this because there are times where, for all reason, I should be happy right now. Everything is going good, blah, 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 whatever. However you want me to qualify this. But for some reason, I just feel unsatisfied.
Right. Okay. Would you classify yourself as mercurial?
I don't even know what that word means.
Okay. Your mood's all over the place.
It can be.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what mercurial means?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
The same thing. I was like, oh, I wish I knew what that meant.
That makes me sad.
I didn't know that word.
How does that make you feel?
What that word means. Yeah.
How am I supposed to be happy when I'm this dumb?
Moody. But
I mean, I would not great swings,
right.
not to the extent of where I'm like
porch
wow.
swings,
right? That I would feel like I have a bipolar, like crazy happy and then crazy sad or anything along those lines. But Yeah, I don't know. There are just times where I'm like, for all intents and purposes, I should be pretty satisfied right now, but I'm not.
And you're not.
You know,
that
but
also plays with you a little bit. Like you're like,
Yeah.
why?
Right. Yeah, then why aren't
why
you
do I
happy?
have
You
the
fall
right
down a
not to-
loop.
yeah.
I've talked about this many times. It's like what you have to do is give yourself the permission to feel that way because it's a never-ending loop.
Yeah.
Now I feel stupid for feeling right because there's no reason I should, and then you get out of it quicker.
I'm sure that this study has been done, but it made me think, Preston, when citing this study that you're talking about right now, the amount of time spent on social media versus the amount of time you feel happy. And if you're in a country, like I wonder what the percentage of time where these quote unquote happy countries exist, how much time they actually spend on social media. Like if that affects their overall happiness.
I'm
level.
sure there's studies that were pertaining to that, and my armchair guess, is that those who spend more time on social media are not as happy.
Well, it's like there's this projected happiness on social media, for example. So, like you talk about, somebody who always looks great on Instagram, but you know that their life is not always that way. But then you feel pressure to feel as happy as they do, even though they don't really feel happy, because you see them being happy as much
It's
as
an
they are.
artificial world.
It is,
It's
yeah.
the Truman Show.
But that artificial world informs your mood, right?
I know.
Your mentality.
And here we go. Let's add to this a little bit more. If you see some social media posts of a family or a couple or whatever it is, and they're happy all the time, I don't want you to be happy. I'm tired of seeing you happy.
Shut up, happy
You know
person.
what? Show me something that's not happy. You know what I mean?
Well, there's also, because you know that they're not
deep into it.
You know
but-
they're not perpetually happy. You're just putting your, unless you're one of these Instagram criers who really likes to.
Now, see, I don't want to see that either.
know what's going on.
I know.
My Shih Tzu has rickets.
I know what you mean, man. It's very confusing.
Yeah.
So apparently going back to this study, the study author said that the level of happiness individuals feel pressured to achieve may be unattainable and reveal differences between an individual's emotional life and the emotions society approves of. This is exactly what we were talking about.
This is why you go ahead.
This discrepancy.
I'll let you complete this, Doctor.
Between an individual and society may create a perceived failure that can trigger negative emotions. In countries where all citizens appear to be happy, deviations from the expected norm are likely more apparent, which makes it more distressing.
Do you know who's probably the happiest?
Who?
The guy who takes a dump on a city street.
He's free to do it.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care how I'm judged.
As long as he's not getting arrested that day.
Yeah.
And who knows? He might like it because he's getting a free
Gets to
meal.
meet people.
Yeah, I don't know.
I got fingerprinted. How cool.
Speaking of social media, and I don't know what I did with the story. I had it, but I did see a story of a mother who made a bet with her son when he was 12 years old. She told him that if he stayed away from social media until he was 18, that she would give him $1,800. And in the story report, the kid, so like he's only 12, and he thinks like $1,800 is enough to buy like a brand new car and stuff like that. All this stuff.
Keep him stupid.
So he decided to go through with it and she's like, look, it's just a bet. I mean, this is no big deal. It's just if you don't, then you don't get the money.
Right.
And if you do, you do. Well, he did, and he stayed off. He didn't have any social media accounts whatsoever. He just turned 18, and so she gave him the $1,800. And so now he signed up for Instagram and Snapchat and these other things. But he has missed out on all of it. And like this whole time, amongst people that he would meet socially, not that they didn't know him well, but just passingly, he would like pretend that he was on social media and knew what they were talking about, but he had no clue about the goings on of social media. It's kind of an interesting little experiment that he did with his mom, and she thinks that he's better off for it.
His Twitter handle is at abusive mother.
Right.
No, but
I saw an interview with him, and they seem
he's
like
cool with it.
A really good family.
This speaks to this other story that's in the news, Preston, about this 14-year-old, this girl just turned 15. She's a cute girl. The father, a stalker shows up at the house. Did you see the story? I think it was
You told me about it. I haven't seen the story yet, though.
The father shoots the stalker. The stalker's coming in to get the 14, 15-year-old girl. She's got like 1 million followers on
like a
TikTok,
teen
right? Yes.
influencer,
She's
right?
a teen
Yeah.
influencer. She's cute. She's got the whole thing. She's bubbly. Now she's going to court for another stalker who's they're trying to get a restraining order on. I'm like, Dad, take her off.
Yeah.
Take her off. And she's like, well, I built up all these followers, and why are these people ruining it for me? And I'm like, You've already had 2 incidents with people who are coming after you.
And as a parent, that would be a difficult dance because so she's got a million some odd followers, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to kind of wreck her life if dad yanks her off of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
As a 14-year-old seeing it that way.
Now she's not an idiot on knowing the ramifications of having a dude show up,
right?
To obviously go after her, and then this other guy. But now the dad's like,
yeah.
I'm like, you have the option of saying, you don't want to be, I should have put my foot down and stopped this, or else move and go, go live in one of those old converted nuclear silos, missile silos in Montana, and keep her away from the general public because that can't end well.
It's a lot for an adult to handle, right? And for a 15-year-old to be able to handle it well, that's expecting too much of her.
Yeah, the picture's up here in the studio of this girl. So
yeah. Nick's pulled this up over here. She's very, very pretty. So you could see somebody, a deranged individual, might become obsessed with somebody like that.
And she had initially, this is her mindset. This guy was, very much into her. She doesn't know how old this guy is. He's some old pervert, and so he asked for pictures, and so she sent him pictures, not nudies or anything, but sent for $5, and here you go. She goes, I thought that would
be enough.
Be enough. Yeah, that would be enough. And that was the guy who showed up at the house.
That's terrifying.
My son's 15, and he's a really bright kid. He's a good student, but he's also an idiot. He's a 15-year-old boy who's just a stone cold moron half the time. And you look at somebody that is this old with that much responsibility. It's too much. Like they can't handle it well all the time. And when stuff like this happens, I'm not surprised, but I'm still. You feel protective of somebody like this.
Nick, I was talking to my OnlyFans followers last night.
Yeah.
And there I am. My legs akimbo.
Uh-huh.
And I'm saying, what's with kids these days?
Right. Yeah. It's hard to tell.
And then
right?
I did my fart. And
right. Send $50.
Yeah.
In a jar or just up in the air?
No, but I put talcum on my butt. So
okay, so it looks.
It looks like a dragon's breath, I call it. I call it the dragon's breath. And I'm saying, this world has gone to hell in a handbasket.
Dragon's breath.
Anyway.
Is there no sanity?
Yeah. I get it.
Anybody else get a mental picture?
Yeah, sadly.
Okay, me too. Right, I can't.
Yeah. That's what the old pros used to call
that anymore.
Theater of the mind.
Theater of the mind, right, Bill? Hey, Bill Weston.
Yeah.
Hey,
Steve. I have a friend who admitted to me recently that she is addicted to OnlyFans, and she is addicted to following all sorts of different people, but she can't stop doing it.
So isn't that
and she's spending a lot of money. She's
yes.
I need to take a break on this.
Because that's at a cost per.
Oh, yeah.
You don't just follow a ton of people. You're paying to follow each of those people.
And like everything on the internet, the algorithm says, yo, you like this person, you're going to like these 7 other people. And so she does. And she drops hundreds of dollars a day.
I have a question because I usually think of guys doing that. Can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
Is she following men or is she following women? Is she gay or is she...
No, she's bi.
Okay.
So she follows men and women. She follows women like porn stars.
All right.
But I think it's a bit of a sex addiction, and she's really, really into it. And she knows this. She just keeps coming back to it,
That's ridiculous. Can you give her my OnlyFans?
Yeah. You know what? I don't think she's seen the Dragon.
Is
it all porn?
It's mostly porn.
It's mostly porn, yeah.
Kathy, the amount of money, there's a great, and this, Nick, I think you saw it as well. It was about 1.5 years, 2 years ago.
That documentary?
Right, on Hulu. At that point, so people really who are unattractive, the people that would be having a sheet pulled over them at an accident scene, these people are making loads of money on the OnlyFans at that time because somewhere somebody is into whatever they're hawking. And so you remember how it was just about 6-7 months ago, Preston, OnlyFans thought they were going to put the foot down on any questionable material, and everyone went ballistic because people have given up actual careers to sit in their bedrooms or whatever and do the OnlyFans stuff.
Okay, so I've not paid attention to this at all. Is it like an Instagram where you're scrolling through different people?
Mm-hmm.
So you're just paying. See, I thought OnlyFans meant like that one single person
That's
had
it, Kathy.
an
So-
OnlyFans, and you would go to their website.
You can go through the list of like avatars, from what I understand. I've not been on it, but when they show it in the documentary, the interface might have changed. And then you select the people you want to subscribe to, and that is at a cost to subscribe to these people, the fans. So what it does is it provides you, if you could interact with someone, on a more personal level, or at least perceived personal level, that's the enticement of OnlyFans.
Okay.
And it's not how it started. It wasn't originally like for this type
It was a
of
home
material.
improvement site.
Well, I mean,
I didn't know that.
you could sell art on there. You could sell, like, if you wanted to work on your movie career. Like, it was for people, it was for individuals who wanted to build up a rep outside of the normal channels. And so they were able to do so. And then, like happens with many industries, porn got its fingers in there and started, no pun intended.
Isn't it primarily now perceived as that? That's it, right? When you say I have an OnlyFans account, you don't think you're doing the dragon's breath. You think you're, you think you're, there used to be, you're right, there would be stand-up comedians who, it was like a sort of an alternative to Patreon or something.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, I'm going to notice another thing. That was a conversation that went from
Went all over the place, didn't it? Notice her.
not being able to be happy. All right, so I thought this one was completely different than anything we've spoken about, but apparently listening to something on headphones is a different experience than listening to audio on speakers, and there's a deeper look at this. So
Took a survey to figure this out?
No, it was researchers actually did this. So University of California researchers found headphones have a much more powerful impact on listeners' perceptions, judgments, and behaviors. The study co-author On Amir explains, we find that headphones produce a phenomenon called in-head localization.
Okay.
Which makes the speaker sound as if they are inside your head. Consequently, listeners perceive the communicator as closer, both physically and socially.
I think that's kind of a given, right? I mean, when you were listening when you were a teenager and getting into rock, and you really wanted to listen to something, wouldn't you pop the headphones on?
Yes, but I think they're saying more so someone speaking to you. So,
See, I was thinking music. Like I was specifically thinking of working out. So as opposed to like listening to the music on the speakers at the gym or the headphones that are in, like I would get much more enjoyment or helpful,
So
through
when you
my
put
workout.
on "Let's Get Physical" by Olivia Newton-John when you're working out,
like you will see me doing toe touches. Yeah.
I wanna get physical. Let's get into physical. Let me hear your body talk. Body talk. Let me hear your body talk.
My favorite is "Let's Get Animal."
Let's get animal.
That's one of the lyrics.
Yep.
Beautiful song. This is our wedding song, my wife.
Put your headphones on now and listen, if you will, to get the. As well as education and industry training.
Do you listen
so
to
when
By myself, I'll take you physically.
Wow.
Physically.
Let's get physical. I'll take you behind the fence there and we'll get physical. I want to hear your body talk. Body talk.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
All right. And 1 and 2 and dip.
1, 2,
Sasha. He had his spas and his salons and stuff like that, but the workout facilities, crumb bums.
Get away from me. I love the get
You're
away
a
from
real
me.
crumb bum.
Can I hear the get away from me? I just love that. Yeah.
Get away from me.
Yeah.
That's better than this
Listen
one.
to
Get
that.
away from me.
Where does that resonance come from? From like smoking?
away from me.
Get away from me.
Get away from me.
Yeah, just get away.
Go put on your workout leotards.
Yeah. Your leg.
You're less than a man.
All right. So anyhow, back to the headphone thing. So, so if you want to put someone through a training session or something like that, physically putting these
Yeah. You got to get physical.
I'm not going to do it.
putting the headphones on as opposed to listening through a speaker in front of you is going to have a deeper, direct, more
Connection.
internal connection.
That I do see. I do see that. I think that makes sense. I will, when I'm doing any sort of work around the house, I will put on an audiobook, and it does. I do find it sort of transcends.
So if you were to hear that across the room on a speaker, wouldn't quite have the same impact. You know what I mean?
I think it tends to focus you. You know.
Yeah.
And so that's what it does. You're not distracted by ambient sounds.
Yes.
Which is an obvious thing, but I think, for example, like at a spin class or something, where you're going to get physical, you would if you could be hearing the instructions through headphones.
Yep.
It might make you focus more. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so.
Dr. Elliott?
Something along those lines.
Wait, side note, the like AirPods and those things that people are using all the time now, I can't believe how they block out the ambient sound. Like, it's a little bit scary to me.
You know,
I can't
there's a
hear
setting,
anything.
you can set through sound.
Well,
Nick and Casey wear them in the morning, and I can be speaking at a regular, normal speaking voice, and nothing at all. They don't hear me at all.
because I just got them, Steve. I need to explore that because it honestly makes me a little bit nervous.
Which
I'm like,
kind
I
did
need
you
to hear
get?
the Apple ones.
Okay, so they're in the app. You can set through sound.
Okay.
So the same way that you can talk when you answer a phone call,
right?
That allows that speaker to be up a little bit, so you're hearing.
Like
your surroundings.
I'm only wearing one right now because I want to be able to hear.
So George Michael.
I hate those things. I never wear them ever. They don't fit on me. None of them. I
have small ear holes.
I have small ear holes, and I've looked for custom things, and it's like I'm a freak of nature. It's like I can't be the only one.
Can I recommend
cannot
something?
be the only one.
An OnlyFans page called Small Holes.
Small holes.
You know, Press,
tight holes.
I actually met somebody on Friday. She actually wears hearing aids, and they're also her headphones as well. So those are actually molded to her ears.
Yeah, I have those. I have Sonics. Oh man,
For your
what's
drums,
the name?
right?
Yeah, and I had those custom made molds, and you have to actually kind of twist them to get them in there because they're molded perfectly. I went to an audiologist.
Right.
They made a mold of my
But are
ears.
those earplugs or earphones?
They can be used as earphones.
Yeah.
But they're not convenient like the little earbuds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, because they hang on your ears.
And the jobbers didn't work for you, huh?
No, no.
Yeah.
No, they won't fit.
Wait,
They're
what?
the only ones that worked for me.
They won't fit.
That fit in tightly.
What happens? They fall out? Is that the problem? Okay.
Yeah, they fall out.
You're putting them in your ears, right?
I'm putting them in my ears, and they fall out. I hate it.
Every time I pass gas.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, headphones are going to make more of a direct connection. Should you need to be maybe this could work for kids or something like that if they're trying to learn a lesson or something like that instead of having a monitor or something like that has a speaker on it. Plug the headphones in.
What if Bill had us wear headphones and talk to us during the meeting?
Meeting.
Yeah.
We would focus more.
Maybe that would work.
Get away from me.
Are we having a meeting today?
Oh, we'll bring our headphones.
No. Yeah, right. We'll just wear headphones, not plugged into anything at all.
Get away from me.
What, Bill?
We'll just nod every now and then.
Everyone's smiling.
Well, how come I'm hearing Olivia Newton-John?
All right. That's all I noticed. That's it. I didn't notice
sorry.
anything else
Hang on.
other than
Santa's gotta go.
I noticed we need to take a break.
Okay.
So we'll wrap things up.
gotta go.
Yeah, Santa's got to go. We'll wrap things up. When we come back, though, we will get into some bizarre file stories. And I'm telling you, there were so many great stories over the past few days. I still have some amazing stuff to share with you. So we'll do that in just a second. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
And my only thing that I could think to say was, oh my God, that's John Travolta. and you came over and you looked me in the eye, just like you did 10 minutes ago, and shook my hand and said, hi, it's very nice to meet you. and then you went about your day, but you couldn't have been more pleasant. And I've heard countless stories of how kind you are to people, and it's not hard to be nice. And I think people just lose sight of that. It's really easy to just be a decent, nice person to everybody
also,
else.
Let's face it, what you resist, you become. The more you withdraw from it, the worse it gets. So just, own it.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to tell you, on the shaved head thing, I endorse it 100%.
You look good.
There's a movie that I love of yours. A lot of people are not familiar with it. They should be. It's From Paris with Love.
Oh, hell yeah.
And damn, you are the baddest badass in that movie. Preston, this movie will rock your world.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
And John is amazing in it. Who's the director of that?
That's the guy that did oh gosh, you've tested me now.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a whole bunch of stuff that's similar.
Fantastic.
But did you enjoy making that film?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Because they were demanding stunts and action that I've never, had done before, and I had to do them myself. And I loved the badass character. He was just whatever. He was bold.
Yeah.
Pierre Morel, is that it?
Yes, there's
Pierre
some.
Morel.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I looked it up.
You've
so.
saved me.
What would you prefer, stunts or dancing?
Dancing.
Come on.
Any day.
Well, did Pitbull inspire?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's your buddy. You're in a video of his.
I love my Pitbull. He's. I met him 3 years ago just to reach out and tell him, how much as a fan.
Right.
And then he's such a brilliant entrepreneur. He got thinking about it, and he said, maybe I should have put him in one of my videos dancing, because nobody's dancing very much anymore.
Right.
He does, but
Right.
nobody else really. So I thought, well, hell, I'll join him. And
I think Christopher. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Christopher Walken has danced in every single movie, even if it's for just a
Tiny
quick
bit.
shuffle step. I think in every single role he's ever done.
Got a Broadway history. Music. Yeah,
and you danced with him in Hairspray.
I certainly did.
Yes.
He played my husband.
That's right.
So I wanted to ask you, because you had 3 movies in a row that I really loved of yours, and it started with Wild Hogs. I can't believe I loved it as much as I was laughing out loud.
It's a funny movie.
It is a funny movie. It really is. It surprised me with how funny it was. I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment or whatever, but
no, it's a funny movie, and who would have thought a bunch of old guys in motorcycles would be that funny?
But your character as Edna Turnblatt in Hairspray, and I love that movie. I have songs from that movie in my iPod. You Can't Stop the Beat is a really, really great song.
Great. Yeah.
And then followed by Bolt. And speaking of songs,
he's not kidding.
I'm not kidding. I have I Nearly Lost You. It was a duet that you did with Miley Cyrus. Yes. I have that on my iPod.
Do you really?
I do. And I thought you sounded great in that. So this is a long diatribe. But what do you prefer, singing or dancing?
I'd still prefer dancing, but I enjoy singing because I did both as an early professional. In order to work in New York, you had to sing, you had to act, you had to dance. 3 chances of getting employment.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed all of them.
Yeah.
But I'm most comfortable dancing and then probably acting and singing. I just happened to be able to hold a pretty good tune,
Well,
I had a very high, like almost a high baritone or tenor.
You still do.
Voice, yes.
You still do. I mean, in Bolt, in that song, and I would ask anybody that has an iTunes account or whatever, listen to the song if you haven't heard it before. It's the song that ends.
He's played it for us many times.
Maybe, but it's the song that runs at the end of the movie.
Well, it just seems that my voice is like. For instance, You're the One That I Want in Greece.
Yeah.
And Bolt song, there's this high, range that I sing in that it's kind of different than most people. So it's kind of identifiable as my niche or something as a singer.
I love the way you sing. You're the one that, because you're the one that I want.
Yeah. A lot of yodels in that song.
A lot of yodels. So with a career as long as yours, getting back to the Fanatic,
it's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending up. You don't seem to draw that kind of.
I don't, because I think because I embrace my fans.
Yeah.
And I actually communicate with them. There is not that urge to. I'm not a mystery as much, you know, and I'm not a can't have.
Right.
And as soon as you become a can't have, it starts a frenzy, you know.
So some people are calling it a horror suspense. You know, do you like things of the things that make you
I
uncomfortable?
like the ones I've done. Like I love Carrie. You know, when I was a kid, I did that movie. And
was that your first major film?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Brian De Palma, and then we got together again for Blowout, and I certainly love that.
Which is so we work obviously with audio. It took the classic film Blow Up and made it audio.
Yes, exactly.
And so I remember thinking, and I thought with the editing and all that stuff, it actually was one of the things like I think I want to do this. But it was Brian De Palma is a brilliant. Did you see the documentary on him recently?
I haven't.
He goes on about you in it, and just nothing but accolades and working with you. But it's a really cool insight to the movie.
When did this come out? I'd love to see it.
I watched it on iTunes.
Netflix or
Yeah,
iTunes?
it's probably all over the place.
I'm gonna have to see that one because I love documentaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're my favorite entertainment.
There's actually CNN is doing a good series on movies now, a documentary series, and you are figuring prominently in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Two things to watch.
John, I wanted to ask in The Fanatic, your character Moose mentions a couple of times somebody you've worked with before, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
And
she's got two pools.
I got a kick out of hearing that because I'm sure you guys are friends or have been over the years, and maybe it's been a while. But has word gotten back to her that, or have you heard from her that she's mentioned in that?
Not yet, but soon. Soon, I invited her to the premiere, so maybe she'll learn that.
Yeah. I thought, was that Fred's idea to include that, or did he write that in?
Okay. He wrote that. All the dialogue is. I improvised quite a bit, but all the primary dialogue is Fred's.
Okay.
Because it seems. But I was reading that he was working with you, sort of. Asking questions to Moose to incite responses, so that you started to think.
That's
in that
the actor, and Fred he's a really terrific actor as well as a director. But he's the only director I've worked with that actually could do this. But he would legitimately improvise with me as Moose, and it got me in the frame of mind. And then I would go to each department. I go to the lighting department, the wardrobe, the makeup here, and I'd be in character, and I'd have them ask me questions. And it was like a juggernaut. And as soon as Fred sensed that I had arrived at the Moose zone,
the Moose zone,
boom, we would do action.
That's cool.
And it was a very, very great way to. There's nothing better for an actor to prep than for someone to ask them questions about them.
In the character.
In the character.
So
to think in the character.
Is that classically what we would refer to as method?
No, I'd say it's a method.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the classic method because it is more about reliving past incidents and things. I think this is more...
And you never had a mullet.
And I never had a mullet. But I do think that assuming the beingness of a character quickly is where you want to be when you do a role. And it helps you to be that when you're asked questions before you go on.
Sure.
It's nice.
You didn't have a mullet, but you did have long hair in Pulp Fiction, and I get you in my phone fairly frequently. When I'm running late to the gym, my trainer will send me a text, and it's just you doing the looking around me give in Pulp Fiction. In that role, you played such an interesting character because you're lost a lot of the time, and you're in this haze, but you're also in this like euphoria. Where did that come from?
It's a very good question because he's a hitman, but he's also what they call a chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And I thought, well, I have no reality on that. I'm gonna have to find out. So I interviewed several heroin addicts and asked them about how they felt. And then finally one day I said, look, I'm never gonna do it, so you have to help me understand that feeling. And he said, okay, well, I really can't, but if you have to know the beginning of the feeling, is get really drunk on tequila and lay in a body of warm water. And he said that little bit of feeling is the beginning of that.
Did you do that?
I did that. And of course, when I'm not a drinker either, but when I did it, everyone I knew wanted to join me in the experiment. Oh, that sounds cool. When are we doing that? Wow. Okay, we are doing my character study together tomorrow night.
Man, that sounds like fun. I want to do that.
It was fun, and then from there I grew, and then with the descriptions that they told me, and I was able to design it. But that's even Quentin didn't know all the time what I was doing because he just trusted me. He said, John, why he's walking that slow, why he's talking this slow. I'll figure it out later. But
He let you go? He just let you go?
He just let me go.
Wow.
Because I think the great ones do that. Brian De Palma and Quentin and Robert Altman and Mike Nichols, all those guys I worked with all had that one thing in common. They hired you, you're 90% there. 10% is guiding you here and there.
Is that what happened? So it's Saturday Night Fever. John Badham was the director?
Yeah, he let me go because I said, Badham, you're from Texas. I'm from New York. I know this guy better.
Yeah.
So leave me alone. I'll help you with me, and then I won't interfere with how you direct
It's
it.
got to be the ultimate compliment as an actor for a director to say, you got it.
It is,
Yeah.
and it's the smartest.
Yeah, yeah.
If the actor is trustworthy.
Right.
I think it's the only way to go because otherwise you get a mediocre performance as opposed to a kind of a higher-end performance.
I want to ask you, you've worked with John Woo twice, right?
Oh, yes.
So you did Face Off and Broken Arrow. And for a guy who's so incredibly likable, you play a incredibly adroit prick in those movies. You are so evil.
I haven't figured that out yet. How is that possible?
But it seems to me you enjoyed it so much, especially with playing basically Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
With that, and you are so hilariously evil in that. Was that just a joy?
It was a joy.
Yeah.
And it was easier for me than it was for Nicholas.
Because you had to tamp down.
Well, Nicholas really had to find me somewhere, and he had a hard time finding me in the movies because I'm different in most movies. But Nicholas is very specific in his talk and his behavior, and so it was a little easier for me to grasp his side of it than it was for him to grasp my side.
So I wanted to ask you, let's get away from acting for a second. I wanted to ask you about your planes and your pilot's license. What ratings do you have, and how long did it take you to get them?
Okay, you ready for the long list?
Well, so I have a couple of friends that are pilots, and so I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Okay, I have 10,000 hours in the air.
Jeez.
It's quite a bit. I have, 12 jet ratings, 747, 707, Gulfstream, Citation, Lear, Hawker, Falcon jet, three different fighter jets.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wait, which fighter? Because Preston and I have both flown in fighter jets.
Yeah, I went
we
up
didn't
with the
pilot it.
No, I got to fly mine little. I went up with the Blue Angels. And,
did you?
Yeah.
How was that?
Immediate flight. It was amazing.
Did they make you sick?
I passed out and puked.
That's why I won't go with them because I don't want to do that. I have too much pride to end up, doing that. But
yeah, it was FA-18. You were in an F-16 because he was with the Air National Guard.
I wore a G suit, so I didn't pass out or get sick.
Yeah, well,
but I
that's
did pull 9
good
Gs.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell them before. You have to say, you know what? I don't want to get sick. Please don't make me. Yeah. So that's my.
And how many years? How long did it take?
Oh God, I've been flying since I was 16.
Okay.
Really? It blows my mind when I see a shot of you sitting in the cockpit of a 707. I mean, because I know my litmus test has always been if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you shouldn't be a pilot. So but to me that it requires such a skill set and an attention to detail. And you just legitimately, we know about like David Gilmour as a pilot, and there are a lot of people just love it. I'm fine.
All right, let's get some stories from the Bizarre File, which are brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel in Philadelphia, voted the best overall gaming resort in Pennsylvania. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Story out of Australia. Natasha Beth Darcy has been sentenced to a maximum of 40 years in jail for murdering her partner, Matthew Dunbar. A jury found Darcy guilty of sedating and murdering the farmer after she was made the sole beneficiary of his multi-million-dollar property.
Oh, wow.
She sedated him with a cocktail of drugs, blended in a NutriBullet, by the way, and then she gassed him to death. At the time, and she used helium. So at the time, Mr. Dunbar's death...
I don't feel so good.
At the time of his death, Darcy told police and friends the 42-year-old had died by suicide using a combination of helium and drugs. Darcy's murder trial heard how she pressured Mr. Dunbar to change his will months after they met on a dating site.
and of her extensive web searches on how to kill him undetected.
How devious. How diabolical. So I didn't realize excessive exposure to helium could kill someone?
Well, if there's no oxygen
right,
and you're breathing that, then yeah, that's what's going to happen. So between February and August, Darcy Googled hundreds of different ways to murder Mr. Dunbar. On the night of his murder, possibly after she had killed him, she used his phone to search, does helium show up in an autopsy?
Oh, my God. Let me check into this.
Some of the other searches include 11 toxic wild plants that look like food, how to commit murder, 99 undetectable poisons, plastic bag suffocation, how long after suicide is there a crime scene, can police see deleted text messages? Mr. Dunbar also helped care for Darcy's 3 children, by the way, after she went back to jail in 2016 for breaching her parole, having served time for sedating her estranged husband, a guy named Colin Crossman, and burning down their family home while he slept in 2009.
She's a demon.
Yeah. Bizarrely, listen to this.
Yeah.
Mr. Crossman, her first husband, was the first paramedic on the scene after Mr. Dunbar was murdered.
Uh-huh.
She is eligible for parole in November of 2047.
So there's a movie right there, or at least
yeah.
a Dateline. That is insane.
Yep. A Florida man operating a street sweeper was killed Friday night after a collision with a car in a supermarket parking lot ejected him from his vehicle, and then his own street sweeper ran over him.
The street sweeper was like 3 miles an hour.
According to the Highway Patrol, the 57-year-old man was not identified and was clearing the parking lot of a public supermarket with a 2021 street sweeper. While cleaning the lot, the man left and entered the boulevard. When the man made a U-turn to return to the parking lot, he entered the path of a Corvette. The street sweeper, who was not wearing a seatbelt, fell out of the vehicle, and then the street sweeper vehicle continued to move forward and ran over the driver. The driver of the Corvette, who was not identified, suffered serious injuries in the crash.
That'd be horrible.
Here's another story out of Florida. A thief was caught on camera stealing a 4th grader's science project from his parents' driveway. Melissa Tharp.
Hey, kid, where are you going with that volcano?
Melissa Tharp's 4th grade son, Gabriel, is the reigning champion of his school's science fair. The Tharp said Gabriel got creative this year, hoping to repeat his science fair title by turning a globe into a solar oven and trying to bake cupcakes in the sun.
Some bastard stole it.
On Sunday, the Tharps were testing out the newest creation ahead of the science fair. They set up their oven and cupcake at the end of the driveway around 1:20 in the afternoon. Melissa said she went inside to grab her phone, and when she came back out, the oven and pastry were gone.
Damn.
She checked her home security cameras, showed a woman getting out of her car, pulled up to the driveway, grabbed the solar oven and the contents inside before taking off. She said, I'm hoping it was just an accident and that they would see that this is my son's science fair project and would return it. Melissa and her kids drove around the area searching for the thief, but couldn't find the car in question. They've replaced the supplies and are attempting to recreate the solar oven in time for the science
I have
fair.
a special set of skills that makes me a nightmare for people who steal solar cupcake ovens.
Good luck. In Indianapolis, this is always terrible to hear this, but families were celebrating a birthday party inside a Chuck E. Cheese, and gunfire rang out as a man was killed in the parking lot. Police believe the victim walked out of the restaurant before being shot in the parking lot. In the restaurant full of children, chaos erupted. There were people trying to flee the facility. There were people trying to get in their cars and get away from the area because the shots had been fired. Glass was shattered by gunfire right where parents and their kids were eating. Witnesses described the frightening scene and said the kids saw and heard it all. Chantel Dalton said that her family were there for a 2-year-old's birthday party. She said, we didn't even get to sing happy birthday to the child, and now these children have been exposed to violence that is very unnecessary. Another group of children there on Sunday was celebrating a birthday for twin 5-year-old girls. Their grandmother said the kids were right up near the front of the restaurant seconds before the gunfire started. She said, just putting candles on the cake and to sing, and the shots were fired. Huddled under the tables, I was shoving my granddaughters to the floor and my 81-year-old mother. I'm laying on 2 of my girls who were hysterical, asking what was happening. Police didn't have any additional suspects or vehicle descriptions to share for the investigation, while they do believe the suspect was possibly driving a white SUV, so they're trying to figure out what the hell happened.
At a Chuck E. Cheese.
At a Chuck E. Cheese. All right, here's a really messed up story.
All right.
We're going to end with this one. After eating leftover food in his fridge, which triggered a potentially deadly disease, A 19-year-old student had to get both of his legs and all 10 fingers amputated.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of the before the amputation. What a mess.
Bernard Hisu and a doctor's on YouTube detailed the results in the case from the New England Medical Journal of Medicine. According to this study, a patient was admitted to the pediatric intensive care unit because of shock, multiple organ failure, and rash. His pain first started 20 hours before he was admitted, and shortly after he ate rice, chicken, and lo mein leftovers from a restaurant. The patient is referred to as JC had fever, high blood pressure, and pale skin. After JC vomited, doctors noticed a greenish-yellow color, not looking like any kind of food. However, JC's abnormal breathing became an even greater concern, along with the dropping in his blood pressure. Once he was sedated, they saw changes in his skin. They started to notice a rash containing small spots emerging all over his body. At first, his mottled appearance looked like bruises, but then they became a deep reddish-brown, red defined at the edges.
Take a look up on the screen here, Kathy. This is a picture of it.
Oh, God.
He continued to get sicker and then was transported via helicopter to another hospital. Following the blood and urine test, he was diagnosed with Neisseria meningitis, which caused his stiff neck, nausea, respiratory collapse, shock, and multi-organ failure. The condition, also known as meningococcal disease, is caused by bacteria with symptoms like sudden fever and vomiting. It can also lead to death as little as a few hours. And although he continued to stabilize, the infections on his body were severe that he had to have all 10 of his fingers and both of his legs amputated.
Did you see what they believe the reason for the reaction was? Is that the food hadn't been refrigerated.
Well, similar to JC, his roommate also threw up after eating the leftover food, but he didn't react nearly as badly. The doctors then studied JC's medical history more to discover how he differed from his roommate. They learned that JC only received the first dose of the meningococcal vaccine just before he entered middle school, and once he reached the age of 16, JC did not receive the recommended booster for the vaccine. As per the CDC, a serogroup B meningococcal is the recommended between the age of 16 and 23, and he didn't get that.
Could you imagine this just tearing through your body?
And it was. They also explained while it was clearly the leftover food that caused the symptoms, it remains unknown how traces of Neisseria meningitis got into it as well. So he's doing better. His conditioning is improving, but he lost his legs and all 10 fingers. That is messed up. So don't eat leftover food that's been out for a long time. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Secret text word. We've been getting people to enter all morning long. Kathy, we need a winner. We need a number caller. Who's it going to be?
7.
All right, 7th caller, 215-263 WMMR. If you know the secret text word and you are the 7th caller, then you will win. And we'll get a random texter as well. We'll be right back with that and more. Stay with us.
But when you get behind when you're flying a 747, are you white knuckling it, or are you just in absolute ecstasy?
No, I find that the bigger the plane, the more almost simple it is.
Really?
Yeah, and less complex. Well, it's complex in its systems, but it's, there's a lot of booster systems and boosted systems, I should say, that make it like a power steering. It's kind of effortless.
Backups.
You don't really feel the size of the plane.
All right.
In the smaller jets, you actually feel it more.
Would there be enough room for me to lay down and cry? Because that's all I have.
Yes, you can lay down and cry.
Well, being famous, you have a lot of people have the privilege of having private jets and being flown all over the place. When you do get into one of your jets or something, are you flying it?
Yes, for the most part, unless I'm tired, and then you shouldn't be.
Did you see there was a news story yesterday? Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s citation that went off the runway, caught on fire.
Really?
Everybody got out. Everybody was okay, but the plane was a total loss. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to look that up.
Yeah,
I think you always learn by these things.
Okay. Yeah, they're the FAA and the Safety Administration are looking at it. Speaking of aircraft, your 707 is is being donated?
Yes, I'm donating to Australia. I've had it 18 years and I loved it, but it's getting antiquated and it's time to give it away. So I'm donating it to an Australian museum.
Was this the one we heard? We were talking to Olivia Newton-John, and she said that she had never seen Grease, and you had her and her husband.
Yes.
Come on. Well, his husband had never seen.
He had never seen.
And
Grease.
you actually went on the plane and watched it.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I said, if you're going to marry Olivia Newton-John, you better see Grease.
Oh, that must have been so much fun.
It was watching his reaction, because then he became the entertainment, watching him watch the screen, like I did with my dad with Mary Poppins when I was 10. I wanted him so badly to see it that I watched him the whole movie, watch the screen.
There was a screening of Grease last night at the Mann Music Center, which is this great venue in town, and the Philadelphia Orchestra was there to perform the soundtrack, and they just do a phenomenal job of accompanying the live music with the movie, and people were just going nuts for it. I mean, the movie's nearly 40 years old, or maybe it's 40 years old at this point.
It is, and it is a phenomenon. It's really interesting to see how each generation embraces that film. Because I remember when I was little, watching Yankee Doodle Dandy or
Cagney,
watching Wizard of Oz, and they all held up, but they were only 20 years old at that time.
Yeah.
This movie's 40, and it's still like it was as though it were done last year.
Yeah, it's pretty timeless.
It's really timeless, which I'm proud of.
It's funny though, because I think there was a certain group in time where I was very aware of silent films, and it wasn't like I was around. Thank God,
yes, but they showed them on
you would see
4 o'clock movie,
right, and you had an appreciation for it. That's a little harder to get now, but I mean, so for right now, I think a lot of people to be turned on to the movies of the '70s, which you are a part of,
sure,
the second golden era of Hollywood,
yes,
because these are great movies that sit there, and when kids or younger people discover them, the light goes on. It's like, oh.
Yes,
because
the more timeless they are, the more they discover them, not only in a new unit of time, but as though it were they were back then.
Yeah.
And it had the same impact. Because Grease and Saturday Fever seemingly, even Urban Cowboy, have the same impact on the new generation that it had on people then.
Absolutely.
For some reason.
Still as profound as ever. Yeah.
It seems it. Do you know?
Yeah, as I did musical theater growing up, and Grease is the one play that has always eluded me, and I always wanted to play Danny Zuko, and now
I wanted to play
too late.
Sandy.
Yeah, as a 44-year-old man, that's never going to happen.
Oh, it's
yeah.
never too late.
You're Donald Zuko at that point.
I think you should do what the Fox News group did today. They did a reenactment of Grease. They filmed it per shot.
Oh, really?
Yes. You guys could do that.
We could do that.
100%.
We've got our Sandy.
Absolutely.
We've got all our T-Birds here.
Sure. Frenchie.
I'm the lesser known guy, Baldy. So
It doesn't matter. Just do the leather jacket. You're home.
I mean, we still, to this day, if somebody says, rock in and roll in.
And whatnot.
Of course.
It just finishes all the time.
Every single time.
Without
That's
fail.
hilarious.
Well, so just thank you for all of that stuff that you've given us
You're
over the
welcome.
years. It's a
stuff.
real pleasure actually looking at you in the flesh. It's, you have beautiful eyes. Sean.
Really?
Man, it didn't get uncomfortable to the very end.
No, are you kidding? I'm an actor. I love compliments. Please, more.
You're dressed really nice too. And what a watch on you in the pocket square.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I've decided that we're each other's scenery, and that at some point, maybe not for yourself, but for another person, you have to be presentable.
yeah.
So anyway,
You had a great quote on Good Morning America. You're making the round, so you were hitting those guys, and you said something I thought was a great outlook, and you said, life is art. Life is art, so appreciate it, enjoy it, and it's here for your entertainment.
Well, it is, because I think so many people don't view life as an art, but how you eat, who you spend time with, where you go, how you do it, how you dress is all part of an art if you choose to allow it to be an art. It's not just the quote unquote arts of music and dance and sports, and it's actually how we live, what we're doing right now. Well, of course, this is an art because you're on radio performing.
Yeah.
But it's how we interact is also part of the art of life.
I love that. I love that outlook. All right. Well, if you want to see John definitely in a role
big departure,
unlike he's ever been in, then you want to see The Fanatic. It's a great movie, and it's in theaters on August 30th. Wonderful to have you here, John. Thanks so much.
This was probably the most fun I've ever had at an interview situation. This has been awesome.
Oh, thank you so much.
And loved your story, Nick, and I loved your story, Casey. Oh, my God. Two great stories.
I want to hug you so bad right now.
Let's hear it. John Travolta, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John. Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent. I'm finding you innocent.
I object. There's no way that's legal.
It's totally legal.
Oh my God!
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep now.
That would be.
I would
be
brilliant. I would totally
attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah, and he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear a Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
with his law career,
law school,
With this,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
As Harris comment came up.
He's right.
Hi, Jessica. How you doing?
Good morning. Hi, guys.
Good morning, Jessica. What is our secret text word?
Paperboy.
Paperboy is correct. Yes.
It was going to be Tobias Harris.
Hang on the line. I'm going to go back to the Tobias Harris guy. Hang on a second. Hi. Hey, who is this?
This is Corey.
Hey, Corey. How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Yo, dude, we already got a winner, but I accidentally I pulled your phone line up when you were talking about Tobias Harris, and that went on the air. What were you going on about?
We were talking about the Sixers maybe getting Bradley Beal, and I said that there was no way they were getting him if we still had Tobias Harris.
I think he's right. Can we give him something?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, should we give him something?
Yeah.
All right, you know what? We'll give you something. I don't know what we'll give you.
It's the
Hang
same
on.
exact thing that the other person got.
What's that
Really?
Yeah. We have extra tickets.
You're kidding me.
No, I swear to God.
Corey, it's your lucky day. You win the same prize as Jessica does. All right, man?
Oh, my God, that is so awesome.
All right, hang on the line. Where are you calling from, by the way?
Northeast Philly.
You guys working or something today?
Yeah, we're working. I work in a sign shop in the Northeast.
Nice. All right, buddy, hang on the line. So we got Mountain Fest lift tickets to give away.
I like his approach.
Saturday, March 5th at Montage Mountain, and lift tickets to ski, snowboard, and Tupa the day, and general admission tickets to see Spin Doctors and the Verve Pipe and fireworks afterwards. We're also going to give tickets to Derek Pauly, who is from Sinking Springs, Pennsylvania, because he was our secret or random texter that we grabbed.
And he disagrees. I think he thinks they can pay Bradley Beal and Tobias Harris.
And then, you know what? We welcome all.
Right.
And tickets and VIP packages, by the way, are on sale now at montagemountainresorts.com to get all of the details. All right, with that, we're going to do today's lesson question, and we're going to give away as a prize a $150 Fogo de Show gift card. And the question we're going to go with, we have to do this. When on his OnlyFans account, what fart act does Steve like to perform? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer, all right? When on his OnlyFans account, what fart act does Steve like to perform? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know.
The trash business is a gold
my. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
While we wait for your call, we get these stories. What's up, Steve?
Well, Britney Spears has signed a $15 million book deal with Simon & Schuster for an autobiography. The publishing giant is reportedly nervous about the deal, especially since Britney needed a ghostwriter to sign her name.
Hey!
Brooke Shields revealing her facial regimen now that she is 57. Shields says when she was a teen model, she used a probiotic moisturizer and now uses Brillo.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Nick Cannon, who's expecting his 8th child after fathering the other 7 with 4 different women, says he doesn't believe that married people should stay monogamous. Cannon later admitted that we probably could have guessed how he feels about monogamy. That's how we
All right, we are looking for a caller who knows the answer to this question. What, on his OnlyFans account, does Steve, what fart act does Steve like to perform? And we will go to Holly for the answer. Hi there, Holly.
Hi, how are you guys?
Awesome. Holly, what's the name of that fart act, please?
It's a dragon breath.
Dragon's Breath, yes. Hang on, Holly. You got a $150 Fogo de Show gift card, and you can try the new favorites like their fire-roasted pichana or richly marbled ribeye as part of the full Trasco experience, and pair them with Fogo's extensive collection of South American wines. Make reservations for Center City or King of Prussia today at fogo.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you this morning by Family and Company Jewelers. Looking to get engaged? Don't miss their Viraggio Trunk Show.
What?
March 10th through the 12th. Family and Company Jewelers is South Jersey's diamond destination. We're going to start with a couple of unfortunate deaths in the world of rock music. And being out and around yesterday, I heard some tributes to Gary Booker, the Procol Harum frontman, whose soaring vocals on the band's 1967 proto-prog rock classic, A Whiter Shade of Pale, helped made the song a mainstay of 1970s FM radio, passed away on the 19th of cancer. He was 76 years old. The band said in a statement, with the deepest regret, we must announce the death of Gary Booker, MBE singer, pianist, and composer of Procol Harum, and a brightly shining, irreplaceable light in the music industry. His first single, by the way, with Procol Harum, 1967's A Whiter Shade of Pale, is widely regarded as defining the summer of love, yet it could scarcely have been more different from the characteristic records of that era. With an organ melody indebted to Bach and then unusual style, a then unusual style that melded symphony and psychedelia with Booker's moody powerhouse vocals, delivered a Baroque, heartfelt take on the very obscure
I was just
lyrics.
saying that.
A Whiter Shade of Pale became a signifier of the age. So ubiquitous was the song that even in 1983, A Whiter Shade of Pale could serve as a ready-made punchline in The Big Chill. Jeff Goldblum's character says, "Don't you have any other music you know from this century?" while the song is playing.
This is such a great song.
It's fantastic. It is such a, it just stands out on its own. There's nothing. And a more recent singer passed away as well. Mark Lanigan, grunge pioneer, lead singer of the Screaming Trees, passed away. He was 57 years old.
Great song.
He died Tuesday morning in Ireland. No cause of death was given. A statement from the band read, "Our beloved friend Mark Lanigan passed away this morning at his home in Killarney, Ireland. A beloved singer, songwriter, author, and musician. He was 57 and is survived by his wife, Shelley." Lanigan, a Washington native, weathered a dysfunctional upbringing and battled with substance abuse before joining brothers Van, a bass player, and Gary Lee Conner, a guitarist, along with drummer Mark Pickerel, to form the Screaming Trees in 1984. The band became an influential part of the Seattle grunge scene, much like Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, and Nirvana. Although the band released its debut album, Clairvoyance, in 1986, they wouldn't score their first hit until 1992, when this song, Nearly Lost You, was featured on the soundtrack of the Cameron Crowe movie Singles. However, Lanigan had already embarked on a solo career by the time Nearly Lost You gained commercial success, releasing his debut album, The Winding Sheet, in 1990. He continued touring and recording with the Trees through the 90s, and the group officially disbanded in 2000. In addition to his solo career, Lanigan was an avid collaborator. He provided guest vocals to several albums by Queens of the Stone Age and the Gutter Twins. So no reason, we don't know a cause of death, but 57 years old.
He's pretty young.
So that was very sad to hear that as well.
That's a perfect singles soundtrack. It's so great. And that's the only song by the band that I really know.
Me too.
But it's a terrific song.
Yeah, I actually jammed with the two guys, Van and who was he?
From Screaming Trees?
Yeah,
Wow.
Gary Lee. It was, they were in town. I was working at WDRE here. We were at our program director, Jim's house, and they came over for dinner.
Wow.
And Jim and I used to jam, so my drums were in the basement, and we were downstairs just kind of hanging out, and Jim picked up the guitar and just kind of started farting around on it, and I got behind the drums, and then there were other instruments there, and those guys picked up, and we jammed for like a half hour. Yeah, it was pretty cool, yeah. My Chemical Romance and Green Day will be headlining the 2022 Firefly Festival together. The bands are headlining the 4-day event, which will take place from September 22nd to September 25th at the Woodlands in Dover, Delaware. Pop stars Halsey and Dua Lipa are scheduled as headliners, bookending the event. I looked through the list of bands. I don't know very many. Avril Lavigne and Weezer.
I know the Kid Laroi because he just did a collaboration with Justin Bieber.
A collab.
Oh, collab.
The Head and the Heart, that's a great band. They're kind of like singer-songwriters, but I've seen them perform at the Man. But yeah, a lot of bands on here I don't know.
Yeah. There are a lot of real up-and-comers. They usually, like, some years the lineup has been, fairly star-studded. This is a lot more, okay, let's see what becomes of these bands.
Pre-sale tickets for the festival will be available on Friday, and general tickets go on sale on Monday.
Bleachers is on there, and I was unaware of those guys until they did Saturday Night Live a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, that was great.
And they were a last minute. I can't remember who was supposed to be the act, but they got canceled at the last minute, and they just threw the Bleachers in there. And their first song, How Dare You Want More, I was like, okay, this is one of my new favorite songs. And so they're a fun band.
Okay.
There's a band on here called Weston Estate.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is it spelled the same way?
It sure is.
Wow.
I nearly lost myself.
You ready to rock?
Yeah.
Are you all ready to rock?
This song is called Santa's Gotta Go.
This is what happens when a coworker pranks you on Christmas.
It's a big hit.
Weston's what?
Weston Estate.
Weston.
I tripped the line fandango.
The
Whatever the lyrics are.
He's doing Procol Harum.
That's right. We all having a good time? This person down here needs one of those EpiPens.
Oh, because now people are pointing out when people are in trouble and they're having issues.
Some sort of shock.
The audience, yeah.
Sir, are you enjoying the show?
Pretty good.
Weston's Estate. Coheed and Cambria has debuted their new video for the Liars Club. The song is off of their new album, Vaxis 2, A Window of the Waking Mind. What?
Just the one guy out front.
He was enjoying it, though.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Sorry. I know you were doing stuff over there, Preston.
No, it was awesome.
Okay.
Let's
stay in touch after this. Okay.
I'll put you on the mailing list.
Meanwhile, Coheed and Cambria has announced the dates of their upcoming North American headlining tour entitled A Window of the Waking Mind Tour. And they will be playing the Leah Corse Center on July 27th.
We have Claudio Sanchez giving us we're going to talk to him tomorrow.
Okay.
From
Coheed and Cambria?
Yep.
Cool.
People, man, like I have been vaguely aware. I've liked stuff from them through, I guess throughout the years, but I think I'm getting more into them.
Yeah.
I like the new song.
Yeah.
Elton John had a scary incident where he was forced to have an emergency landing on his private jet yesterday. It was yesterday. Yeah, the British singer's jet suffered a hydraulic failure at 10,000 feet in the air.
We're having a hydraulic failure.
Oh, I didn't know he was a pilot.
Also flies from
no idea. And they had to land before reaching their destination. Elton was flying from the UK to New York for a performance that he had scheduled at Madison Square Garden last night. And an hour into the flight, the pilot noticed something was wrong, made a U-turn near the coast of Southern Ireland.
That's my phone.
The winds, which reached 80 miles an hour, landed while ambulances and fire crews waited at Farnborough Airport. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, if you're a star, a musical star of any nature, especially rock and roll, you get on a plane, like a jet like this, does your mind always at some point go to Buddy Holly and the stories of or Patsy Cline or
Yeah.
I mean, statistically, many rock stars have flown without incident.
Oh yeah,
but I don't think you could totally get that out of your mind,
especially if you're a big star.
Yes,
like him. Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's it. That's all we have in music news for you. That means we're going to take a break, come back in a second, get the letter of the day for the very short word of the week, and a really cool prize for you to win. It involves the Batman. Yeah! You don't want to miss out on it. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Small claims cases.
This
bitch still got my TV.
Oh, my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of
I
there
knew we were
through
going
the TV.
that way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like that?
In 7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
Oh. It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line?
Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
It's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where
I know
we
where
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl
about.
who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang, really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Because in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on! You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go.
I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are... Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, is it cupboard get roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators. Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman, Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be... I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Thanks. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernadupal made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernadouble.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He said in front of the dean, it was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy...
Indiana!
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand?
Yeah.
Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
Hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, "Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl." And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
"We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest." And then a fight broke out between commenters.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can go to fillinghomeandgarden.com, and he's our local Ryan Reynolds.
He is. He's great. This show, Stonehouse Revival, is great. And the fact that he almost lost his hand and had a stroke.
God.
He's on, I'd have to say, you couldn't help but have an upward swing now because he's had so much crap happen to him.
He had a stroke, and then he had the staph infection.
Yes.
Nearly lost his hand. Crazy, man. But great to have him in here. He's so much fun. Super nice guy, and he does great work, too. Thank you to Richard Curtis. Host of The Clash Room on Fox 29, and they are doing it differently now. It used to be students versus teachers, and for now, it's going to be families against families. Kind of like the Family Feud, but a little bit different. And so it's called Clash Room Family Edition. It's a quiz show. It's a blast. We appeared on it and had a great time. And it's coming out very, very soon. And he was like, dude, if you submit, more than likely you will be on the show. So
Right.
They need contestants. And
Do it.
It is fun. And there's a $500 cash prize up for it as well. So new episodes will air Wednesdays at 6:30 p.m. So you can do a real quick search on that, The Clash Room, and get signed up and be a part of that because you will have fun, I guarantee you. All right, so we have a short word of the week this week. We have a 3-letter word that we need to spell out. We'll need the first letter. You ready, Casey?
Yeah.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
We're going to go with B, as in Batman.
All right, we got a B. We got 2 more to go, and we are going to give away a trip for 2 to see The Batman, the New York premiere, mind you, March 1st at Alice Tully Hall at the Lincoln Center, and that includes round-trip Amtrak tickets, dinner, and an overnight stay as well. Click contest.wmmr.com to see the extensive health and safety requirements to attend. It's from Warner Brothers Pictures and visionary filmmaker Matt Reeves. The Batman, an all-new take on the iconic DC superhero that takes the world's greatest detective back to year 2. The film stars Robert Pattinson in the title role alongside Zoe Kravitz as the enigmatic Selena Kyle. And it's opening only in theaters on March 4th. So if you want to get out and see it ahead of time, this little cool setup, 2 more letters to go. That's it. We'll give it away on
Excellent.
Friday, which is very, very cool. Thank you to these people that sponsor the Preston and Steve Show. Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also want to thank Acme. You can download the Acme app to see your all-new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. And finally, DSM Biomedical, now hiring. And you can apply at careers.dsm.com. Use the location Exton. Tomorrow, as Casey said earlier, we will have from Coheed and Cambria, Claudio Sanchez joining us.
Very cool.
Which is cool. And our friend Bob Kelly from Fox 29. Apparently, he's got a new show coming out on Fox 29 that he's going to mention. So we'll do that and some other things tomorrow morning. So make sure you join us. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. Pierre's in next, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.